welcome to this Zwift Run live stream. My name is Stephen. I'm a Zwift ambassador, a community run leader and your host today. There's a countdown clock up there showing how long to go before the start of the main event, so you've probably got time to tidy the kitchen, take the trash out and grab yourself a drink before we get going. If you've never seen Zwift before, it's an online game where athletes from all over the world train, compete against and socialise with each other live and in real time. All you need to take part is a foot pod, an internet connection, access to a treadmill and a device on which to run the Zwift app. You can use a computer, an iPad, an iPhone, a high-end Android device. Zwift even works on Apple TV. If you have a smart treadmill, you don't even need a foot pod, as your treadmill will send your speed direct to Zwift. Once you've logged in and made sure your equipment is connected, you can join others live for structured group workouts or social runs. You could do a solo workout or take part in one of the many in-game challenges. You could also pit yourself against people from all over the world in a race. There are various Zwift worlds. Some are based on existing places like London, New York, Innsbruck, Richmond, Virginia and Harrogate in the UK. But the biggest world is the fictional Watopia, where you can run in glass tunnels underwater, through the middle of a volcano, in a jungle, up to the top of a snow-capped mountain and on country trails. Watopia is where the Zwift developers let their imagination fly. Like any computer game, the more you run, the higher up the levels you climb and the more virtual goodies you require. If you're a regular treadmill runner, Zwift is going to transform your training. If you're a hater, Zwift is going to change the way you think about indoor running. Before we go any further, if you're watching on YouTube, please click that subscribe button and the bell icon so you're notified every time we go live on this channel. If you're watching on Facebook, please click the like button on the Film My Run page. Film My Run is also my other YouTube channel where I post real world runs, so if you're interested in marathons, ultra running, 10Ks or triathlons, you'll find product reviews, interviews and races over on that channel. I've been running all my life. I started running long distance races in 2011 when I ran my first half marathon, and that was followed a year later by my first marathon in Paris. I've run the Paris Marathon every year since and have now run well over 100 marathons and ultras. I started using Zwift at the beginning of 2015 when indoor cycling and smart trainers really took off. In the early days, I held the long distance record for cycling of 500 kilometres on Zwift for about 48 hours. And when running started in 2016, I was the first person to run a marathon on Zwift. So if you have any questions about Zwift, if I don't know the answer, I probably know somebody who does. Okay, so now you can go and take the trash out and get that drink. And make sure you keep an eye on that countdown and be back in time for the start proper. Well, go on then, don't just sit there gawping at me. Basically, this message is going to go around in a loop again and again until the start of the run, so you may as well go and do something constructive in the meantime. Hello and welcome to this Zwift Run live stream. My name is Stephen. I'm a Zwift ambassador, a community run leader and your host today. There's a countdown clock up there showing how long to go before the start of the main event, so you've probably got time to tidy the kitchen, take the trash out and grab yourself a drink before we get going. If you've never seen Zwift before, it's an online game where athletes from all over the world train, compete against and socialise with each other live and in real time. All you need to take part is a foot pod, an internet connection, access to a treadmill and a device on which to run the Zwift app. You can use a computer, an iPad, an iPhone, a high-end Android device. Zwift even works on Apple TV. If you have a smart treadmill, you don't even need a foot pod, as your treadmill will send your speed direct to Zwift. Once you've logged in and made sure your equipment is connected, you can join others live for structured group workouts or social runs. You could do a solo workout or take part in one of the many in-game challenges. You could also pit yourself against people from all over the world in a race. There are various Zwift worlds. Some are based on existing places like London, New York, Innsbruck, Richmond, Virginia and Harrogate in the UK. But the biggest world is the fictional Watopia, where you can run in glass tunnels underwater, through the middle of a volcano, in a jungle, up to the top of a snow-capped mountain and on country trails. Watopia is where the Zwift developers let their imagination fly. Like any computer game, the more you run, the higher up the levels you climb and the more virtual goodies you require. If you're a regular treadmill runner, Zwift is going to transform your training. If you're a hater, Zwift is going to change the way you think about indoor running. Before we go any further, if you're watching on YouTube, please click that subscribe button and the bell icon so you're notified every time we go live on this channel. If you're watching on Facebook, please click the like button on the Film My Run page. Film My Run is also my other YouTube channel where I post real world runs, so if you're interested in marathons, ultra running, 10Ks or triathlons, you'll find product reviews, interviews and races over on that channel. I've been running all my life. I started running long distance races in 2011 when I ran my first half marathon, and that was followed a year later by my first marathon in Paris. I've run the Paris Marathon every year since and have now run well over 100 marathons and ultras. I started using Zwift at the beginning of 2015 when indoor cycling and smart trainers really took off. In the early days, I held the long distance record for cycling of 500 kilometres on Zwift for about 48 hours. And when running started in 2016, I was the first person to run a marathon on Zwift. So if you have any questions about Zwift, if I don't know the answer, I probably know somebody who does. Okay, so now you can go and take the trash out and get that drink. And make sure you keep an eye on that countdown and be back in time for the start proper. Well, go on then, don't just sit there gawping at me. Basically, this message is going to go around in a loop again and again until the start of the run, so you may as well go and do something constructive in the meantime. Hello and welcome to this Zwift Run live stream. My name is Stephen. I'm a Zwift ambassador, a community run leader and your host today. There's a countdown clock up there showing how long to go before the start of the main event, so you've probably got time to tidy the kitchen, take the trash out and grab yourself a drink before we get going. If you've never seen Zwift before, it's an online game where athletes from all over the world train, compete against and socialise with each other live and in real time. All you need to take part is a foot pod, an internet connection, access to a treadmill and a device on which to run the Zwift app. You can use a computer, an iPad, an iPhone, a high-end Android device. Zwift even works on Apple TV. If you have a smart treadmill, you don't even need a foot pod, as your treadmill will send your speed direct to Zwift. Once you've logged in and made sure your equipment is connected, you can join others live for structured group workouts or social runs. You could do a solo workout or take part in one of the many in-game challenges. You could also pit yourself against people from all over the world in a race. There are various Zwift worlds. Some are based on existing places like London, New York, Innsbruck, Richmond, Virginia and Harrogate in the UK. But the biggest world is the fictional Watopia, where you can run in glass tunnels underwater, through the middle of a volcano, in a jungle, up to the top of a snow-capped mountain and on country trails. Watopia is where the Zwift developers let their imagination fly. Like any computer game, the more you run, the higher up the levels you climb and the more virtual goodies you require. If you're a regular treadmill runner, Zwift is going to transform your training. If you're a hater, Zwift is going to change the way you think about indoor running. Before we go any further, if you're watching on YouTube, please click that subscribe button and the bell icon so you're notified every time we go live on this channel. If you're watching on Facebook, please click the like button on the Film My Run page. Film My Run is also my other YouTube channel where I post real world runs, so if you're interested in marathons, ultra running, 10Ks or triathlons, you'll find product reviews, interviews and races over on that channel. I've been running all my life. I started running long distance races in 2011 when I ran my first half marathon, and that was followed a year later by my first marathon in Paris. I've run the Paris Marathon every year since, and have now run well over 100 marathons and ultras. I started using Zwift at the beginning of 2015 when indoor cycling and smart trainers really took off. In the early days, I held the long distance record for cycling of 500 kilometres on Zwift for about 48 hours. And when running started in 2016, I was the first person to run a marathon on Zwift. So if you have any questions about Zwift, if I don't know the answer, I probably know somebody who does. Okay, so now you can go and take the trash out and get that drink. And make sure you keep an eye on that countdown and be back in time for the start proper. Well, go on then, don't just sit there gawping at me. Basically, this message is going to go around in a loop again and again until the start of the run, so you may as well go and do something constructive in the meantime. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. This is Film My Run on Zwift. My name is Stephen Cousins and we are broadcasting live on Facebook and on YouTube. While we're getting everything ready, it would be absolutely awesome if you could go and subscribe to the Film My Run YouTube channel and also the Zwift Live YouTube channel. You can also find us on Facebook at facebook.com/filmmyrun and also Twitter at filmmyrun, and the website is www.filmmyrun.com. It's very nearly time, so sit back, relax, don't forget to drop me a ride on and watch me do all the hard work. Okay, it looks like we're a bit late. We are running the full marathon with Eddie today, but Eddie has already started. So I need to get on and get a move on. Just getting myself set up though. No, I mean there's no big rush. I will probably be able to make up the distance. It's not going to be that far. So I will do a full marathon with Eddie today. Just set heart rate up here. Go. Click OK. So now we need to run with Eddie. Do need the loo as well. So actually, we'll wait till Eddie has a break and I'll use the loo. It's all right. I don't know why all these cyclists are there because they're not my friends on Zwift. I do not know why they are listed there. Anybody know why all these cyclists are listed above all these runners? Right, where's Eddie? There's Eddie. Eddie and Richard have already started, and Clive. Let's get the treadmill up to speed. Andrew Usher, good afternoon. Dean Carter, good afternoon. Stephen Smith, good afternoon to you. And Clive says hello as well. So we need to make up about 300 or 400 metres. And I'm not moving. I am not moving. Typical. Absolutely typical. Right, so treadmill on. Let's just do Bluetooth off and on again first. Can't believe it. Open settings, Bluetooth off, Bluetooth on. Close settings, go to the menu, pair, unpair the treadmill. Let's turn it off. Dean Carter's treadmill stopped working. That's not good. And search for the treadmill. My Run treadmill. There we go. Fingers crossed it'll work this time. Okay, back. Right, are we going to move? Yes. Okay, good. Right, the other thing I was going to do was listen to Eddie's stream on my headphones. See if I can get the audio for that. Might be a bit interesting to listen to that. So I've got to catch them up. Camera angles off, just for the time being. We'll catch Eddie in a second, fear not, we'll get there. Gloves on because it's freezing cold. Let's get the Zwift companion app up and running as well. Jason Mitchell, hi. Atana 007, hello. Tina Beard, hello. Okay. Gloves on because it's absolutely freezing. Okay, we're off. Catch them up. They won't be long. They won't be far away. But 1 minute, 6 seconds away. And they have done 700 metres. Tina Beard's running, Richard Mellick's running, Jason Mitchell is running. Scordia, Fleming, Clive Finnimore. So it's all good. So we're doing the full 42k today. Right, so let me just get caught up, and then we can chat. Steve Smith, hello to you, buddy.
Nice.
Shouldn't take too long to catch everybody up. They're only about 50 seconds ahead. They are going a lot slower than I'm going now, so shouldn't take too long. Okay, we're going right, are we? We're definitely going right. Because yesterday we went left. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed I am going the right direction. Although if I'm not, the hilarious thing about that would be that I would actually be able to catch up the distance. Although I think I can see the group up there ahead, look. Bit of a groin strain immediately as I'm running, so just need to be careful of that. Hopefully that'll ease off. So Eddie Izzard has done 1 kilometre so far. There are lots of there are 2 Steve Smiths.
Right on.
Absolutely freezing once again today. Nice day outside though. It's not too not cloudy particularly. It's nice and bright. Okay, I really hope my groin eases off because it's very tight at the moment. A bit sore. I don't think it's an injury, it's just just needs to loosen up a bit. George Oxley, no, I keep meaning to buy an air conditioning unit which does heating and cooling, because in the summer it gets absolutely baking hot in here and in the winter it's freezing cold. I did have an old radiator last year that I was heating in here, but it was leaking oil, so I got rid of that and I just haven't bought anything to replace it. So I definitely need some heating unit. Tina Beard says she's at 2% incline because her knees are sore. Yeah, knees are fine, it's just groin. Groin is aching on my right side. Inner groin, really. Just needs to ease off, I think. I think it'll be alright. Right, so just catching up to the back of the group. But at some point, I didn't, because I was late, I didn't actually go to the loo, so I'm dying for the toilet already. Sorry I'm late. Stop. Get out of bed on time. Stop. I'll make up the distance later. Is everybody well? Question mark? Angela, good morning to you. And she says good morning to everyone else as well. Andrew Usher, going to have to catch up now. Yeah, I will. I'll catch up later. at some point I'll do an extra 200 or 300 metres to catch up with everybody. Jolly good, full stop. We have a long afternoon ahead of us. Yes, full stop. I'm doing the full marathon. Asking if Clive and James are doing the full marathon as well. Jason, rather. Richard, full stop. Are we going to run around the jungle at all, or through Titan's Grove? See if Richard saw that message. I don't know if he did. Andrew Usher says Zwift has crashed for him. Yeah, I have been embracing Zwift voice chat. Eddie chooses each day, but I can suggest that. Yes, I think it would be nice for a change. Clive Finnemore says the wife's gone shopping, so he should be able to get away with doing the full marathon. It's your legs I'm worried about, Clive. Oh, apparently I've been invited to a party. My computer. Oh, out to Zwift as well. Haha! Eddie will love that. Full stop. Psychologically, climbing a hill can be a killer even if you're doing it on the flat. But yes, definitely up for Alp the Zwift as well. Yes, Clive. Just see how it goes, buddy. Hi, Gabrielle. Oh, Gabrielle says it's 30 degrees in Argentina at the moment. Gabrielle is Lucho's friend, and he's just messaged to say it looks very cold here, but in Argentina it's 30 degrees. Oh dear, that is depressing, isn't it? Well, enjoy it and send some of that beautiful sunshine and warm weather over here, please, Gabrielle. Thank you. It must be very early morning over there. Perfect. Eddie's stopping for a loo break. So am I. Yeah, Grim, I didn't time it right. Trying to search for my headphones so I can plug them into maybe AirPods don't work on the Windows device. Unknown audio device? Could it be that? No. Oh no, not the MyRun, no. No, disconnect. No. Oh. Bloody hell. I don't want the MyRun connected. Never mind. Yeah, we're in kilometres, and but it's not me that stopped. It's Eddie stopped, but that was handy because I didn't go to the loo before I started either. So right, I'm going to make up the distance now. Right, I need to make up 400 metres, so I'm just going to run on for a minute and then turn around. Thank you, Grim. It's called the MyRun treadmill by a company called Techno Gym. It's a direct compatible Zwift treadmill, so I don't need a foot pod or anything to connect to the game. All I do is turn on the treadmill and it should automatically connect to the Zwift game. Angela, this will take 6 hours, so usually, or more, just a bit more than 6 hours. So usually Eddie starts at midday UK time and finishes just after 6 p.m. UK time, so it's going to take a full 6 hours and a bit to do. UK about £3,500. So what's that? $5,000? I don't know where you are, Grim, but Angela's just come back from feeding the chickens. 36 degrees Fahrenheit, 2 degrees centigrade, where Angela is. Smart and Art says, hi everyone, have a nice run, thank you. Okay, so now we turn round. So we're just making up the mileage now. Okay, 6,000 Australian, okay. So Grim SBR on Twitch is over in Australia. There's Eddie, just passing on the left, so I need to turn around any second now and catch up. Then we'll see what distance we're at. Well, Richard Mellick is already at 3 kilometres. So how's he got there? Yeah, another slog fest, Leo. I'm on for the day, yeah, the full one today, but then I'm not going to do anything tomorrow. So Victoria is going to run the half marathon with Eddie tomorrow. And I'm going to have a day off tomorrow. Well, I will run, but outdoors. I'm going to run outdoors tomorrow, but no Zwift for me tomorrow. Max speed of this treadmill is 20 kph, which is just over 12 miles an hour. So, pretty fast enough for me, I think. I mean, it's by no means is it the fastest treadmill you'll find anywhere, but it's fast enough. Heart rate looks good at the moment, and yesterday we had terrible trouble making sure the heart rate on the watch was right. We've got this little trick now of turning the watch upside down so it's on the underside of my wrist. And that worked great 2 days ago. But then yesterday it all went haywire. And I had all sorts of problems in the first 5k getting it to read anything like normal. But then it settled down for the rest of the half marathon, so yeah, just time on feet, Leo. That's it. It's just base aerobic fitness, isn't it? Yeah, they need to sort themselves out with better treadmills, Grim. Don't know what they're thinking about. 16 kph is nowhere near quick enough for some of the events on here. I have been in 1 or 2 sprint finishes with some guys where I've maxed out my treadmill at 20 and they've just had a little bit of extra. Jason lost us. Well, Jason, you know me, I'm constantly losing everybody. Oh, so Jason Mitchell is at 3.3. And Richard Mellick's also at 3.3, 3.4. They must have started earlier than, because Eddie, I'm sure Eddie's not on that, is he? She, rather? when we get Eddie on the screen, I'll be able to see how far she has done. Yeah, see, Tina Beard's only on 2.7. Yeah, 2.9. So, that means I'm still about 200 metres short, though. Okay, so I need to do some more catching up later. Okay, so Jason, probably Richard added some more distance going the wrong way then. Okay. Okay, Pollard says some of us doubled back. Right, okay. I did a short double back, but I'm still 200 metres short of Eddie at the moment. Yeah, but we know, Andrew, we know that yours crashed, so you're all right, because we know that you've actually done the distance. I haven't actually done the distance. So when Eddie, if I don't make up the distance, when Eddie stops at 42.2 or 42.195 as it is, I'll be short by 200 meters. So I do need to make that up. Neo Wood says good music. Thank you, Neo Wood. Neo Woo, not Neo Wood. Dreyfus 70 is laughing at something I've said, clearly. I am hilarious, so... Stuart Gofford, hello, buddy.
Ride on!
Andrew Fleming, thanks for the ride on. So if you are just joining us, we're doing a full marathon today with Eddie Izzard. If you're not familiar with Eddie Izzard, Eddie is a British comedian, has been a British comedian for 30 odd years, a kind of establishment figure in the UK now. Well, I mean, not establishment in the conservative sense of the word, but, you know, an established figure of a British cultural icon in the UK, and also known around the world as well, certainly in English-speaking countries and also in French-speaking countries, because Eddie speaks good French and has done shows in French. But Eddie is also known for these crazy challenges, starting back in 2009 when Eddie ran, was it 43 marathons in 54 days around the UK, and has subsequently done two other challenges of a similar nature, 27 marathons in South Africa to commemorate the 27 years that Nelson Mandela spent in prison, and then also 29 marathons across 29 countries in Europe last year. So this year, because of coronavirus, she is restricted to a treadmill, and so we are running 31 marathons in 31 days on a treadmill, and I have not done all of them. I've done two full marathons. Well, no, I've done one full marathon. I've run every day. I've done about 3 half marathons, and this is going to be my second full marathon with Eddie. So we'll support Eddie for the whole day. It does take Eddie a long time. Eddie is not a quick runner. Will admit that herself without any hesitation, not pretending to be quick. It's a 6-hour marathon, so it's a long slog. Oh, I've obviously missed some chat somewhere. Oh yes, Dreyfus. It's difficult to run on a treadmill at 16 kilometres an hour with a Santa Claus costume. Yes, it is. So is that Lucho? Is Dreyfus Lucho? Oh no, hang on, Dreyfus is Gabrielle, yeah. Yeah, so at Christmas we did every week on Zwift we do a live, what's called a video 5k. So I run a YouTube channel called Film My Run. So it's called the Film My Run Video 5k. And at Christmas we did a dressing up, a fancy dress 5k. So we asked everyone to dress up or to decorate their treadmills. We got them to point their phones, their iPads, their computers at the treadmill and link up to a Zoom call. And everyone joined us on Zoom, and they do this every week. Every Friday we have this video 5k. But yeah, at Christmas everyone dressed up in costumes, and it was funny. Mayo 7, hello. He says, enjoy everyone. Go Zwift long distance runners, yep. So we're running through the volcano. It's so easy to get set up with Zwift running. Here's what you need. Firstly, access to a treadmill. It could be at home or at the gym, but any treadmill will work with Zwift. To get you moving in game, we need a speed source. Traditionally, we use a foot pod, like the Zwift pod or the Stride, but you can also use the Run Smart treadmill sensor, your Apple Watch, one of the newer Garmin watches, the TSS app, and if you have a smart treadmill, your treadmill will connect directly to Zwift without the need for another device. Now simply download the Zwift app onto a Mac, a PC, an iPhone, an iPad, an Android device. Zwift even works on Apple TV. Finally, pair your speed source in the app. Pairing heart rate from your watch or a chest strap is also a great addition to Zwift. And that's it. You're all set up for solo runs, solo or group workouts, challenges and real-time racing on Zwift with people from all over the world. Buenaventura, hello buddy. George Oxley says, what's your marathon PB? 2:58. George. Not long ago, about 2 months ago, three months ago. Not that long ago. 2:58. So we'll just keep plodding away. This is going to be a long old stretch, long old haul. Thank you very much for joining me. I don't expect you to stay with me for the entire 6 hours, but if you pop in every so often and see how we're doing, that'd be great. Eddie for PM says A more. Seconded. Jason, well, the thing is, as we know, Eddie seems to feel that once she gets to around about 10 marathons, things start to click into place. But also bear in mind it is early on today, so we're on marathon number 8. Cake or death, says Alex Scott. And perhaps cake or death could be a new crime punishment initiative. Yeah, so it's early on, so it remains to be seen how Eddie manages for the rest of the marathon. But yeah, we're kind of hoping that come the next couple of marathons, Eddie will start to settle into this, and each marathon will feel a little bit more comfortable. But we'll see. I noticed on Lorraine Kelly's ITV show the other day, she did pointedly ask him, do you actually enjoy running? And I asked Eddie that the other day as well when I did my interview with her. And she said, well, not on the treadmill. So Eddie's not enjoying running on the treadmill. It is tough, and especially when you haven't got much to look at. Stephen Davies said, I thought it would be nice to join the Eddie train. Well, welcome aboard. If you're going to join us, that'd be great. Yeah. Grim, yes. If you're going to bed shortly, then yes, we will be finishing just as you get up on Sunday morning. So only 5.5 hours left to go. You can see why we're in such admiration of Eddie doing this every day. You know, I'm an experienced marathon runner. I've run over 120 marathons, and I didn't want to do this. I thought about it. I had a conversation with my wife. We said, shall I do all 31? Shall I attempt to do all 31 marathons with Eddie? It's a big old chunk of time. 6 hours every single day for the whole month. It would basically mean I didn't have any family life, any social time, anything going on other than running the marathons. Now, having said that, we're in lockdown, so there probably would have been no better time. But I think, you know, we've got kids that we need to spend time with, and homeschooling, and, you know, just keeping the house tidy, all these things that take up other time during the day. And we just felt that A, it was a massive challenge physically, could I even do it, and B, it's just such a massive time commitment. So kudos to Eddie for doing this, because it is absolutely, well, I cannot imagine how tough it is. Oh yes, that is true, Grim. Yeah, I mean, it is a massive achievement for some people to just do one marathon. But if you're used to doing marathons, if marathons is something that you do regularly, your body adapts, and it may not become easier, is probably the wrong word, but you adapt to what you're doing. And once Eddie's done this 3 times now, and this is the 4th time now. So Eddie is well aware and very experienced. Even though she does slow marathons, she's very experienced at knowing how her body copes with this kind of stress. And it is a case of when Eddie gets to around about this stage, maybe 10 marathons in, the body is just getting used to doing it every day. And so the strain on the muscles, the fatigue, the psychological fatigue as well, kind of becomes a bit less or more manageable. And your body just gets used to doing the same thing over and over again every day and says, okay, this is what we're doing, let's go. I'm not so experienced at multi-day marathons. I've done a few 3-dayers, so marathon a day every day for 3 days. I've done that about 3 times. But I've never done more than 3 marathons in a row, unless you count all in one, because I've done quite a few 100-milers, and that's 4 marathons in a row. So yeah, I've done that a few times. And again, that's similar, because with a 100-miler, what I find is your first 20 miles goes by all right, and then you tend to have a dip, psychological or physical dip, around about 20, up maybe 30, up to 40, 50 miles. But then from 50 to 60 miles, it starts to get easier. And actually from 60 to the end, even though it's really hard, you're in a zone, you're in a kind of a rhythm, and you just get it done. Yes, I think I agree with you. Psychological is massively the most important, the biggest part of the run. There's a good quote, which is, or a good saying in running, which is 90% of the run is in your head, and the rest is psychological. So I quite like that. Getting a few static shocks from my microphone. So we've got a big crowd because it's Saturday here in the UK anyway. Well, no, it's Saturday everywhere, isn't it now at the moment? Because it's Saturday, people are not working and they've got less things to do, so fewer things to do. So we have a bigger crowd. Yesterday, I felt a little bit sorry for Eddie because at one point there was only one person running with Eddie, kind of towards the middle of the first half of the marathon. A lot of people who joined at the beginning had dropped out. The people who were doing the half marathon to the end had not started yet, and so Eddie was kind of on her own for a few kilometres, or not almost on her own. No, there was certainly one or two people there. Grim says it'll be Sunday in 15 minutes. Okay, so it's midnight where Grim is on Saturday night. Angela says also, take into consideration Eddie has a good number of support team to take care of what she needs. So all Eddie has to focus on is running and nothing else. Yes, that's true. Eddie does have a support team, although not as good as running outdoors, because obviously they're in a COVID secure bubble. So Eddie only has one other person working with her at any one time, and no physio. When in fact physio might be one of the things Eddie needs the most. Well, hello Melbourne, hello Grim.
Nice.
So there you can see the speed of the treadmill there, 7.7 at the moment, just going a little bit quicker than normal is Eddie, unless this is because I haven't run with Eddie very much in the mornings. So maybe this is what Eddie does in the mornings, is tries to kind of go a little bit quicker than usual. Richard Mellick is going to feed the dog and the kids. I like that feeding the dog comes before feeding the kids. Full stop. Have a good one, Richard. So Richard's off. In the corner of the stream there, you can see I've got Eddie's live stream. So if you want to watch Eddie streaming, you can go and have a look at that. Eddie's website, Eddie's Facebook page, Eddie's YouTube channel, and also on Twitch. Eddie is streaming live on all those channels. Good night, Grim. Take care. Thanks very much. Maybe see you in the morning for a couple of minutes just as we finish. Get up nice and early, Grim, and we'll see you in the morning. Set your alarm for 5 a.m. Okay, Jason says this is quicker than her usual start. So Eddie is maybe feeling a little better, or Eddie is just aware that she wants to make sure she gets it done by 6, because it has been finishing later and later recently. So maybe Eddie is just trying to go a bit quicker.
Thanks for giving my dad a ride on.
Thanks then. Right, heart rate nice and comfortable. So when we get to 10k, that'll be a nice little point to mark a quarter of the way through. Anyone who was remembering, right at the very beginning I was complaining about my groin, that does seem to have eased off now. Mustairs has joined us. Hello, Mustairs. Oh, Mutstairs. How do we pronounce your name phonetically? Oh, and by the way, welcome to the run. Aha. Okay, Mutt says, thank you. Cool, thank you very much. Yeah, so it's Mutt says from the UK has just joined us. Ah, okay. So it's a Dutch name. Gotcha. So you can see on Eddie's stream, Eddie is interviewing somebody already. So Eddie likes to take her mind off the run by chatting to as many people as possible during the stream. If you have an interesting story, or if you have anything specific you'd like to say to Eddie, you want to chat with Eddie, send an email in. You can go to Eddie's Facebook page and there is an email address on there. You email the support team, which is basically that's just all I did. And you may get an email back saying they would be happy to chat to you. Remember, they've got an awful lot of time to fill. 6 hours every day, essentially a live podcast every single day for 6 hours for 31 days. So there's a lot of time there. So as well as getting the stars in, some celebrity interviews, they are interviewing plenty of random, normal people like you and I. So if you have something you'd like to chat with Eddie about, if you have an interesting story or something, then go and have a word with the team. Drop them an email. Right, Johannes is coming to join us. Johannes, we were looking for you. You were on the run yesterday, but we couldn't find your video. hi, Peter Barlow.
Thank you.
It looks like Ian McMillan is tagging somebody in to come and have a look at the stream. I'm tempted to put camera angles on shortly, just to make the view a bit more interesting and entertaining. And I'm also tempted to put my Zwift cap on as well. Might just jump off the treadmill, take my beanie off and put my Zwift cap on. Lovely and sunny outside now, isn't it? Look at that. It's not warm by any stretch, but it's sunny out there. Sunny out there, but here we are stuck on the treadmill. Never mind. I'll be outside tomorrow running. Got family training run tomorrow. So all four of us, me, Victoria and the two kids, will be on the treadmill. We'll be out on the trails tomorrow for a short 7 or 8k run. Right, let me just go and get my hat on. It's the same every week, Johannes. Every week it's the same. So it's just tiny, so tiny.cc/FMR. Film my run, FMR. The FMR is in capitals, and it's also on the companion app. So if you look on the Zwift companion app, and you look inside the description for the video 5k event, you'll find the link to the Zoom meeting there. Right, Zwift cap on. So we're good. Eddie is about to fall off a cliff, running right through the middle of the stone wall there. So also, we just had a chat with Richard earlier. So Richard Mellick was running with us earlier on. And there has been some talk now that we're up to marathon number 8, that we start to look at some different routes. Eddie chooses which route, but obviously Eddie hasn't been running on Zwift very often and probably isn't aware that there's a volcano and well, no, there is a volcano. We do go through the volcano, but there's a jungle and Titan's Grove and the mountains. So we've suggested that Richard suggests to Eddie about running up the Alpe d'Huez or running through Titan's Grove over the next few marathons. Eddie is slowing down. So I think we're walking for a minute. We've just slowed momentarily. Sometimes Eddie does this, just has a little walk, or when she's trying to do something like type on the keyboard or sort something out, Eddie will walk for a bit or just have a drink. So people up ahead are starting to realise So we're 6.6k in and we're back up to speed. for the ride on back. I'm still 200 metres behind Eddie, so the next time again that Eddie takes a break, which might be in the next 10 or 15 minutes, we'll just add the extra 200 metres on. Little spike in heart rate there, gradually coming down again. So I've just hit 7 kilometres. Jason Mitchell's at 7.7. So Jason's obviously gone off and done a bit of extra. Clive's at 7.2, Eddie's at 7.2. So at some point, maybe the next break, I will make that distance up. Linda and Lund, thank you. feels like we're all bedding in for the long haul now. Another little spike in heart rate going up there, look. But none of those dips. Haven't seen any dips recently. Well, that's not Eddie's stream, is it? That's my camera too. I must have missed that one. I went through all of the scenes that I have set up on my streaming software and changed camera 2 mostly to Eddie's stream. So we're feeling nice and comfortable, even though heart rate is playing a little bit of a game every so often. I'd still say that's probably about right, maybe. 125 could be. It looks a little high. I would expect to be mostly in zone 1 for this run. Hands are freezing cold though. Although, actually, do you know, it's interesting, my right hand is much warmer than my left hand. And I wonder if that's something to do with why I get such dodgy heart rate readings on my left wrist. Oh, I've not got my foot pod on. I'm just going to have to jump off quickly and put my foot pod on. Do let me know if you see anyone famous on Eddie's stream, by the way. Okay, I'm trying not to have my watch too tight, Tina. Hey, Moore says that the U-turn wouldn't work. Oh. If you're on an iPhone or an iPad, you need to press and hold. Somebody's just hit their weekly goal. I don't know who that was. Oh, absolutely. glorious sunshine here in Sussex. Full stop. Absolutely pouring with rain in the imaginary fantasy world of Watopia. Bloody Solomon Islands. Johannes is catching us up from behind. Cloudy and damp in Somerset. Is that an assessment of your psychological situation, Tina? Cloudy and damp. Nice and sunny in Cornwall, yeah. Could be, says Tina. Oh, vegetable soup. I've been supplied with vegetable soup. I didn't bring the walkie-talkie out. Right, 8 kilometres for me and I have vegetable soup. Foggy in Cheshire. Clive says it's sunny in Cornwall, but Jason Mitchell says not where I am in Cornwall. I say we all sod this treadmill malarkey. Full stop. Let's get our iPhones, load Zwift up on our phones, and go outside for a run. Load Zwift. Right, my heart rate is now starting to creep up beyond where it should be. Or, well, that's not my heart rate. 161 is not my heart rate. So we're getting dodgy readings now. It is never cloudy in Sussex. Whereabouts are you? Tina Beard has a Marmite sandwich and crisps to keep her going for the first bit of this. I've just been supplied with vegetable soup by my wife, so I will slow down and have a little drink of that in a second. Hopefully it's not too hot. Haywards Heath. Ah, well, yes, you're inland in Sussex. That doesn't count. Sussex by the sea. I think I'm talking to a cyclist there. I don't think this is a runner. Lunt. Okay, Johannes is with the group and is going to run about 3 kilometres, he says, with us. Nice, thank you. Hauser is with us from South Africa. Just drop some ride-ons to the people who've just recently joined. Dax Diesel says slow and steady wins the day. Andrew Cutmore, great promotion of Zwift this morning on the BBC's Click programme. Fantastic, thank you Andrew for letting me know. We'll have to... was there anything to do with Eddie Izzard, or was it just Zwift as it is? Was it about Zwift cycling as well, or just Zwift running? And was it related to Eddie Izzard at all, or just the program itself, the software itself? Okay, interviewed Eric Min. Okay, nice one. Right, 1 hour and 9 minutes in, and 9 kilometres. Well, Eddie's done 9 kilometres, I've done 8.8. I'm just waiting for Eddie's next pit stop so I can do the extra 200 or so metres to catch up. Let's see how hot this soup is. Paul, no, I've never wanted to join the 100 Club. Rob is the secretary, isn't he? Rob, what's Rob's surname? Anyway, Rob, yeah, I know all the guys, but it's just not. I'm not really interested in what they do, really. I mean, I know people will say marathons on a treadmill are boring, but a lot of the 100 Club runners, it seems to be like a get-together just to run a 6-hour marathon up and down the same stretch of the towpath of the Thames. And I'm not really interested in that.
Games makers were brilliant. All the organisers who worked on the Olympics worked so long for this. And the papers, the tabloids, turned around and said, "Oh, we really liked it from the beginning." And I was passionate behind it, saying, "You're never going to
If I take the music down a bit, it'll just let you listen to a bit of that
Of it going at the rounds.
interview.
If you add 4 years and 4 years, it's just going to be, you're going to be, if you're 2, you maybe be back when you're 80. So no, watch it now. So I pushed for this, and I was at the marathon. So the marathon was happening. I was the ambassador, so I was allowed to visit people. I was asking to visit people. Actually, I was visit games makers essentially. I met the people on the feeding stations for the marathon, food and drink stations. And I said, how come you guys have chosen to do this? They said, we're members of the 100 Club. We've all run over 100 marathons. And they were, and I was talking to a man and a woman, and there were, you know, obviously a few people there, but particularly this gentleman, this lady, and they looked probably 50s, 60s, maybe even 70s. They'd all run, 200, 330, 400 and something.
Oh, yeah.
And I looked at them, and I said, that is amazing. And I said, how do you train? Normally he says, we just do one a week. We just do one a week.
I'm listening to it as well.
That's kind of beautiful. And I looked at them as well, and I thought,
Rob Cowlin, isn't it, I think?
you look good. You're doing one a week. You've done over 100.
So this is...
Suits you. It suits human beings. So
This is Rob Cowlin, the secretary of the 100 Marathon Club.
Doing a marathon a week. I now do a marathon every other week and a half marathon in the weeks between those. So it goes marathon, half marathon, marathon, half marathon.
That sounds like splendid 100-miler training, if I may say so.
Is it? Is it indeed? Yes. Well, I did run, the double marathon at the end of South Africa. So I'm reaching up towards the area that you've got. Not quite. I think that was 56 miles, double marathon. 90k, I did the Comrades. Essentially, I was doing a salute to the Comrades Marathon, which you probably know of in South Africa.
Yeah.
An amazing 90k run. So that's how I met the members of the 100 Club, the 100 Marathon Club. And I just thought, that's an amazing and good thing and positive, and I want to aspire to be like them.
And there is something else I have to throw in, because while I represent the 100 Marathon Club, the acting secretary, whatever, this conversation, and I'm loving it, by the way, absolutely loving it, and I hope it's giving something to you.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful, it's beautiful.
I'd like to represent the madness, the deep sort of underworld of kind of people that are on the fringes of society but find one another through this crazy running. And actually there is a sister group, well, it's not related actually, sort of like a step-sister group,
right.
Called the Mega Marathoners,
okay.
who are the people that have similar shirts, but they're not blue, they're red. And they say 100 marathons. So I could certainly arrange, and I spoke to the founder of Mega Marathoners last night in advance of this, that we could get a shirt that says Eddie on the back. If I could just find out the size from one of the team, and we can send that along with the mug, if you'd be willing to be a Mega Marathoner, because I think you qualify.
I think I would probably have it safely at home, but I'm a large. In women's sizes, I'm a large. Sometimes I'm extra large, but you can never quite tell how they match up.
Yeah.
But that's kind of my size. But I have difficulty running with anything with my name on the back, because then people say, "Oh, it's that guy," because they say, "Go on, run," and I'm going, "I'm doing the best I can." Everyone thinks I go really fast, but I go really quite slowly, and that's how I get it done. That's how...
You're in good company. No. You're getting your money's worth if you're me and you're entering a race. But okay, in that case, Eddie, we'll send you a blank canvas and you can paint upon it whatever beautiful name or whatever you want, or lack of, or symbol, or anything. Or just have it nice and red. They are beautiful shirts, and make sure you get them.
That's great. No, I'm not begging for merchandise, but it's lovely just to be considered.
I just want, as a fellow distance runner,
right.
An endurance athlete, if I may call us that.
Yes, endurance.
I just want to honour your efforts in a way that isn't just a donation, which of course I will also be making and encouraging others in our groups to make when we advertise this.
Thank you so much. I talk of Olympians.
Yes.
And I think we're in
Clive.
That's what I've made up.
We should definitely get a Zwift virtual Eddie t-shirt. Absolutely.
Endurance sports people doing reclaiming their health. And I don't know if you caught any of me on the first day. I just know this is marathon 9. I'm in halfway through my second hour. I feel a lot stronger already. There's something about the first 10. If you do, I don't know if you've done them back to back, but the first...
I've only done 10. That's my limit, I'm afraid.
All right.
10 in a row. That's where I stop. I'm not quite in the same league as yourself.
But hang on, you did 10 in a row?
Yeah, but once as an organised event. So we've got some of these, and I'll let your team and yourself know when we send some stuff over.
But Rob,
some of these things you need to get qualified for one of the blue shirts. Fancy.
Well, Rob, my question to you is, when you did the 10, did you feel better at the end than you did at the beginning? Because people wouldn't think that. They think you feel hellish at the end. But how was it for you? Get stronger as you went through?
I did. I ran actually my only ever, of 112, I ran my only ever negative splits, to get all technical, marathon on the last day of the 10 in 10 marathons. Because the way you do it is, as you're doing with your multi-day effort, I'm sure you have learned now through experience to hold a little something back and to manage it through, and then you have that kind of sprint finish. But everyone's like, how can you sprint finish after 10 or 31 marathons? You'd be surprised what a human can do when they want to do it, and they just want something to be over.
Good advice from Rob there.
The sprint thing, by the way, is just doing the second half of the marathon quicker than the
I hope you're hearing this all right, by the way.
Just drag myself around. And
just let me know on the messenger that if you are hearing it.
Group of friends and community. And okay, you're in a room, but you're also not alone because you're on Zwift and you're on screen and you are talking to people like little old me. And that's what it's about, is just being with others and celebrating all your different achievements, whether it takes you 3 hours or 7 hours to do this. It doesn't matter.
We should explain to people listening, negative split means you run the first half slower and the second half faster. And that's negative. You tend to think it would be the other way around, that you start fast and you gradually slow down. But you hold it back.
Count.
Yeah, you hold it back. I did it on in South Africa marathon about 23, I think it was, 22. The prison
it's absurd, but it's amazing.
The prison where Nelson Mandela was released from, and he walked out in 1990 with his hand.
Listening to it on here is louder than listening to it on Eddie's stream.
27 years in prison. And when I was coming to the end of that, I sprinted. I must have shot up at least maybe double my speed. No, it was a sprint finish. And
I'm not going to leave it on here for the full time, by the way.
It was.
I shouldn't. It's probably some copyright issues here.
It's not in the tank. Sometimes it is. But
I'll turn it back to me in a minute.
On these, when I do the multiples, I'm always holding back. And I've also got the gig afterwards. I'm doing a 7 p.m. gig. You probably know. You said you've seen it.
Yes.
Yeah, and so I have to hold back for that because I'm sometimes falling asleep in the gig, which is tricky. But it's good.
Don't do things by halves, do you?
Well,
certainly not.
You've got to inspire people to donate. So we're up to 47,000 now.
Less than 20 miles left.
And we're aiming for 100,000 and then see where we can go.
Wow.
But Rob, I'm going to have to break off because I have to go.
Nice.
People are going to put some questions on Facebook
Full stop.
at 1:30.
Less than 20 miles. Full stop. Nearly there now. Exclamation mark. Exclamation
mark.
mark.
In the 100 Marathon Club, and anyone who's doing the multiple marathons. And if people do want to try and get into, that's what they have to do, 100 registered marathons. That's how they can get to apply to be in.
That's right, and unfortunately, given the times we're in, that's harder than it has been before.
Yep.
But don't lose heart. Things will still be there when this is all over, for you, Eddie, and for everyone else who's interested. And I'm happy to put some contact details out through your team if anyone has any questions about it.
All right.
It's been an absolute pleasure of my day to speak to you, and I wish you all the absolute best.
Take care, Rob. Keep telling us.
Amazing thing.
Keep
Make
telling
humanity great again.
Yeah, and keep telling your story because it's a great one to inspire the world. All right.
Brilliant.
Cheers, man. Take care.
Good going. Well done.
Right, so that was Rob Cowlin, who is the secretary of the 100 Marathon Club. So to join the 100 Marathon Club, you need to have done obviously more than 100 marathons, but they need to be registered marathon events. So this, for example, would not count. What Eddie's doing, amazingly, Eddie has done well over 100 marathons now. But none of them count because he's never done a registered event. So Eddie actually couldn't join the 100 Marathon Club, and he would have to do 100 marathons from scratch in registered events to qualify. But like Rob was saying, I think they're going to give him an honorary mega 100 marathon vest or something from the Mega Marathoners, which is a different group. Put the music back up. So yeah. if you're interested in joining, I mean, it's worth, if you've done a few marathons, it's worth totting up what you've done. Also, it's a UK club. There are other 100 marathon clubs around the world. And one of the specific things about this is that you do need to have done a certain number of marathons in your home country. So I think one of the rules is you have to have done 10 road marathons in the UK as part of your 100 to qualify for the 100 Marathon Club. The others can be anywhere in the world, and there can be trail marathons or road marathons, doesn't matter. But you have to have done 10 marathons on the road in the UK, registered events. The Marathon 100 Club website is, can't remember, 100club.co.uk. I don't know, let me look it up. Marathon Club. .100marathonclub.org.uk, and 100 is 100 marathonclub.org.uk. So go and have a look there to inquire about membership if you think you might qualify. I hope Eddie stops for another break shortly. Oh, he is. Right, we're walking. I need a wee. I'm going to just run a bit extra ahead and then turn around. Paul Deering, thanks for letting me know about that. That was nice to have on that. Right, there's the group. Still not made it. I've still got 100 metres to catch up. I'm probably about 40 metres, I reckon, 40 or 50 metres. Guy Finnemore just ticked over to 0.1 there. Jason Mitchell's 11.6, look. So Eddie's on 11, I'm on 11, but Eddie will tick over to 11.1 before me. How much before, though? That's about 10 seconds, isn't it? Still not ticked over. Come on. There we are. So there's 11.1. So I reckon that's about, yeah, that's probably about 50 meters, isn't it? Right, heart rate is rubbish. Not correct. Yeah, I know. Bloody watch. Trying to put it on my other wrist now. Very difficult to do while you're running. Clive's taken his watch off. Alright, so it's now measuring 159. 157, okay, are we going to come down? Come on, come down. Join the real world, heart rate. Oh! Is it break time? Tina Beard's watch strap still agrees with her chest strap. So that's good. Eddie's walking again. Eddie's slowing down, but just walking. Let's have soup. Any questions? Fire them into the chat. We are strolling at the moment. Andrew Usher's legs are feeling it today. Well, you know, it's no mean feat. I mean, the number of miles we're doing this week, I'm already on, well, with the 11 we've just done, I'm on about 120k. What's that? 70 odd miles? So we're not, you know, we are doing some mileage, Andrew. It's not easy. Right, my heart rate is now coming down. Now I've switched it over to the other wrist. We are getting very close to the point at which I take off my jumper. Nice to have a little stroll, a little break. $11.5k in. Right, I am I'm going to risk it and put the camera angles on. Tina Beard's in a room with heating, so she's boiling. Just need to keep my eye on everything now to make sure we don't go the wrong way. It's not the end of the world if I do go the wrong way. I just have to catch up and I'll do some extra mileage. Going through the volcano doesn't help with the heat.
Ride on!
Andrew Allsop, thanks for the ride on. Andrew Usher's garage has only made it to 4 degrees. I don't know what temperature it is here, but it actually doesn't feel too bad. I'm tempted to go and put my vest on because I've got a t-shirt on under here, and I'm thinking that maybe I could do with the vest, actually, the running vest. Freezing where Andrew Usher is. Eddie Izzard's back up to speed.
Nice! Right on!
Yeah, but you're in relative comfort, Clive, with the tumble dryer pushing out warm air. I'm in my freezing shed. I think when I'm running though, it does feel like it now could possibly be vest weather. So I'm considering the vest. The next proper break, when Eddie actually gets off the treadmill and goes and has a proper break, that when that happens, I will go and get my vest and we'll see. Right, heart rate has dropped and gone completely there for a second. No, heart rate is going back up again now. Oh, Tina's about to say, turn the music off. We'll change the music. I'll let this one go. Oh, slow down, Stephen. Ryan Perring was going to join us and then saw some food and decided against it. Yeah, I get that. I get that, Ryan. Yeah. Tina has just reminded me now of the music. I think the first 2 or 3 tracks of this playlist are okay. Full stop. It's just a bit later on we get some copyright issues, so I'll turn it off then. Stephen Smith saw Victoria running earlier in New York City. Yeah, she did 5k this morning. And Victoria will be on tomorrow with the half marathon tomorrow. So I'm going to have a rest day tomorrow from Zwift. I am going to run, but I'm going to run outdoors with the kids. And Victoria is going to stream live tomorrow for the second half of the marathon with Eddie. So she'll do a half marathon with Eddie tomorrow afternoon. Apparently Clive Finnemore has had poached regs this morning on toast. Interesting. Normally have poached eggs, but I guess poached regs could be something we could learn to live with. Do we get regs from Rickens? I assume we get regs from stupid autocorrect. Okay, heart rate is talking rubbish, but we're very comfortable. Very comfortable at 12.5 kilometres in. So less than 30k to go now. 30 kilometres, which is about 18.5 miles left to run. We've been going for 1 hour, 40 minutes, just under. So we've got another 5 hours to go. No, 4.5 hours to go, I would say. I am a dad. Look, I'm quite happy, right? I am very happy to acknowledge the fact that my dancing is now rubbish. My singing is rubbish. My jokes are rubbish. I'm happy to acknowledge that as I get to a certain age, I do stuff that my kids are embarrassed about. Not only my kids, but you as well, Ryan. So, I accept that. There's not a lot I can do. Right, am I... Now, hang on a minute. Let's just double check where I'm supposed to be going. That way. Is that right? Everyone else is going that way? Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, it's not... No, it isn't 5 hours. It's 4.5 hours. It definitely isn't 5 hours. Don't panic, Andrew. It's fine. 4.5 hours to go. We'll do it. Acceptance and admittance. You've got to admit it to yourself, haven't you? Right, I think I'm going the right way. Nice overhead view there. Yeah, Clive says, my kids ignore me now. Yeah, same here. I said to Elsa this morning, she said, oh, I'm going upstairs now. I said, well, you won't see me again now for the rest of the day, Elsa, because I'm running on the treadmill for 6 hours. She said, and so what? What's that got to do with me? Why should I pay any attention to what you've just said? That has no bearing on my life. essentially, is what she was meaning. Andrew Usher has made a fatal error of telling his wife how long he's going to be. Always overestimate. Andrew, have you learned nothing in your life? Always overestimate to your wife so that she is delighted when you come home early. So when she said, how long will you be? You say 6.5 hours. She grumbles for a bit, but says, all right, whatever, 6.5 hours. Then you come in at 6 hours and, oh, I thought, oh, that's nice. We've got the rest of the evening together now. Jason Mitchell agrees. Yeah, about the daughter thing. Not going to see you for 6 hours. So? Okay, Ryan may possibly join us. Yes, Andrew, I think that's what Clive's doing as well. Going to get to a half marathon, see how he feels. So, no worries. I've made the commitment. I am going to do the full one, so I'll stick it out. Yes. See, Tina has learned it the opposite way round. Husband always stays longer than he thinks it's going to be, just so that he gets the kudos when he comes in early. Wife essentially just doubles the time she expects from what the husband says. This goes for paying for things too. How much was it? Oh, it was only 30 quid, when in fact it was 60 quid. But wife knows that when husband says it was 30 quid, she knows it was 60 quid. This is the way the world works. It all works fine, and we don't need to mess with it. Kenneth, hello Kenneth. Running with Eddie, nice easy pace. Yes, nice steady pace. It's just a long time. A long time. Angela, exactly the same for us. We've got 2 kids here, and both of them spend almost all of their time in their rooms. When I was young, it was a punishment to be sent to your room. You didn't want to go to your room because you wanted to be downstairs watching TV, which was the only TV in the house, was the one in the lounge downstairs. And that's where you wanted to be. There was no internet, obviously, when I was a kid. So you wanted to be downstairs watching TV. So it was a punishment to be sent to your room. Nowadays, we're begging the kids to come down sometimes. Come and spend a bit of time with us and watch TV. For God's sake, will you watch some television? What is the matter with you children? But no, they just stay in their rooms. Like you said, Angela, they're not bothered. As long as we're in the house, they just stay in their rooms and get on with whatever they need to get on with. Yeah, I guess, yeah, that's kind of true as well. Where's Mummy? She's gone out. Oh, when's she going to be back? How long's she going to be? Kids' rooms, yeah, kids' rooms are fantastic now. My daughter's room is amazing. She's really done it nicely. So it is somewhere that you would want to spend a long time. It's a very nice room. My son's room is a complete tip, but that's another story. That's just boys for you. Yes, Angela, I've done exactly the same before. Turned off the Wi-Fi. Well, I've got a little app that I can control that can turn off individual devices. So if they're spending too long on the iPad, we just turn off the Wi-Fi access for the iPad. Ian Pullen, just done 10 miles outside. It's very cold. Any idea what time Eddie is starting tomorrow? Yes, it'll be 12 o'clock, same as always. Every day is 12 p.m. UK time. 12 o'clock, midday UK time. And the marathon will last for 6 hours. Well, a bit more actually. 6 hours, 10, 15 minutes. Andrew Usher's just ordered new shoes for the new treadmill. Yeah, well, absolutely. If you're getting a new treadmill, obviously you need new shoes. And Clive says his punishment when he was young was his dad flattening the tyres on his bike and hanging it up in the garage. Well, at least that means you got outside, Clive. Mind you, I got outside as well, yeah. We had great fun outdoors when we were kids. Doing things that actually would be dangerous these days. I remember walking home from school on my own when I was about 5 years old. I mean, we'd never let the kids do that these days. I can clearly remember walking back from school on my own at the age of around 5. No worries, Ian.
Nice. Right on.
Oh, thanks. Right, I'm going to turn the watch around one more time. See if it makes any difference. Might try a different watch in a minute if this one continues to be ridiculous. First 7k were fine, and then over the last 5 kilometers it has crept up and up and up, and that isn't it isn't right. That is just something stupid going on. But my heart rate is not 163 beats per minute. Maybe I might even put the chest strap on. It's funny because, you know, I've been saying that, oh, here we are, we've got to stop, or slow down. I've been saying that this is only a bit of fun, this run, and I don't really need heart rate, but it annoys me when it's wrong. Right, Eddie has stopped. Yeah, Eddie is having a pit stop. Okay, so we'll do that. I'm just going to go to the loo, get a drink, and we'll be back shortly.
Shockingly, over 2 million tonnes of food a year is wasted within the UK supply chain. FareShare is tackling this problem in a strikingly simple way. We work with farmers, producers, distributors and retailers to save good quality fresh food from being wasted, so we can get it onto people's plates instead. In practice, it's a huge logistical feat, involving hundreds of volunteers working tirelessly to unload the produce, unpack and sort it.
Right, I've given up on the watch. I'm going to put the chest strap on. I just cannot stand it. Cannot stand the fact that it is not reading a sensible heart rate. Oh yeah, thanks Tina. if they start without me, I might just have to catch up. Watch can come off because I'm not using the watch for anything now. And heart rate, chest strap. There it is. That'll do. Right, let's see what my true heart rate really is. Have they started yet? No. Right, Mrs. C will be bringing out coffee shortly. And mince pie. Clive says his watch worked fine for about 8 months. Yeah, well, maybe mine did. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure when I decided. I think it was about 6 months ago when I decided to try and look at heart rate a bit more strictly. Because up until then, I'd kind of looked at it and gone, yeah, that looks all right. But then 6 months ago, when I started to train a bit more intensely, adding more miles and doing this 80-20 running, I was doing the 80-20 running mostly based on heart rate, and so I did want to look at it a bit more carefully to make sure I actually was in zones 1 and 2 for much of those runs. I think that's when I noticed really that it wasn't performing as I expected it to. So you can see currently my heart rate is 83, but obviously that is because we've stopped. But I would expect it to be, less than 110 for the majority of this run. So we're still waiting for Eddie, who's on a pit stop. Just finishing off my vegetable soup. So I've changed into... Actually, no, I do want to keep it on, don't I? Because it's always good to record these on the watch just for the sake of it. Heart rate would be total rubbish. Actually, no, I can change heart rate as well, can't I? So... let's change heart rate. Okay, so I've got proper heart rate on the watch now as well. George says, what trainers do you use? Currently for the treadmill, I'm wearing New Balance 1080s version 10. New Balance 1080s version 10. Got 2 pairs of those, and it's time to go. Apparently, okay. Let's move. Let's move. Oh yes, Eddie is going. Let's go.
Time.
Okay, I've got the vest on now. A bit more chilled. As it gets nearer dark, as the night falls. When we get a bit later on in the run, I may put a jumper back on. Right, keep an eye on that heart rate. We've now got the chest strap on. I'm expecting us to be in zone 1 for the majority of the run. And the good thing about wearing the vest is I won't feel so sweaty, because it's not very comfortable running in a cold sweat, because we're not going fast enough for it to be like a hot run. But because I'm wrapped up, I'm still sweating just It's cold. Okay, let's catch up. Andrew Usher's run sensor has stopped working, so he's stuck for a minute or two. So he's going to have a nice quick catch. Right. I think we're all going to the bridge. Yeah. So I need to make sure. Oh, look, that's not what we want. I'm sure that's probably cyclists, isn't it, dropping all those ride-ons. Sebastian Vaughan, thank you very much. That's a good aerial view as well.
Ride on.
So I'm at 14 kilometers now. Huh. It's determined, isn't it, to go the wrong way? There we go. Oh, look, Ryan, you've got some thumbs. You've got some popping thumbs. Thank you, Ryan. They did, yeah. They were determined. Sometimes they win the battle, sometimes they don't. I'm getting hungry now. I'm looking forward to some mince pies in a minute. I think I've got coffee and mince pies coming soon. Buckingham is with us. Just joined us, 0.7k in. And Dobson as well. Oh no! My cable isn't long enough. That's really annoying. Cable isn't long enough. Kind of, Clive. But she did say she was bringing it, and that's fine. I don't mind waiting. It's cable is not long enough to stretch. I need a longer cable to bring it up to. I haven't got any spare plugs on that side. So where are we today? Romania, is that right? Catherine Bell, hello Catherine.
Nice.
She says, I've just tuned in for a bit while fueling for my long run today. Keep it up. How far are you going today, Catherine? And why aren't you doing it with us here? Oh, sorry. I'm getting told off. I didn't have the... We've got a little walkie-talkie for communication now, and I had it switched off. Sorry. Victoria was trying to talk to me on the walkie-talkie, telling me about the progress of the latte and the mince pies, but I wasn't listening, so I apologise. Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I've got all manner of multi-extension cables, Clive, plugged in everywhere. I've got 2 on this right-hand side, 5 sockets each. No, hang on. One's 4 sockets, one's 6 sockets. I've got 2 plugs behind me, I've got 2 plugs in front of me, and 2 more extension sockets on the left-hand side for the computers. I've got so many things plugged in. It is a wonder, actually, that this shed can manage the amount of power that's being drawn. So I don't think the cable from the house is that thick. Andrew Usher is working again, needs to catch up. Right, I have coffee and I have mince pies. Yeah, exactly. Leads plugged into leads. Exactly. That's what I have. I've actually had an idea. I do have some extensions still. Oh no, which way am I going now? Ryan, help me, which way am I supposed to go? Straight ahead, we're alright, straight ahead. Straight ahead, don't worry, I know now, Ryan. Catherine is doing 8 miles, meeting up with a friend for a trail run, and she'll have joined us next week. Trail running in this weather, it's beautiful down here in the southeast. Lovely sunny day, although freezing, so if you get wrapped up warm, it'll be a lovely run on the South Downs here today. So hopefully we can go and do that tomorrow with the kids. Yeah, if you look at my review, Andrew, of the run, you'll see I'm not overly delighted with it. I haven't used my run sensor since I got it. Really wasn't impressed. Okay, there we are, straight ahead we go. I know a lot of people love it though, don't they? Yes, we did do it, didn't we? I was saying to Richard Mellick this morning, can we change the route and do Titans Grove and the jungle? And he said yes. Eddie chooses the route each day, but of course he doesn't really know, does he? So I've suggested to Richard that he suggests to Eddie running some of the different routes, like Titans Grove area and the desert. And he also suggested going up the Alp, which I thought was a novel idea. I don't know if Eddie would like that, going up a virtual hill, because it might, psychologically, it might feel harder, but it might be fun. So 15 kilometres done now. Twenty-seven kilometres left. Straight ahead. So not going to the Italian villas. Just have to keep an eye on that there. Make sure we go straight ahead. So haven't got time to reach for the mince pies just yet. We'll do shortly though. 2 hours in now. 15k in 2 hours. And you can see heart rate is now settled. Nice and comfortable. Yeah, and I've seen him popping up the incline on his treadmill occasionally. You won't find me doing that. Although I suppose I could, couldn't I? Get me some extra climbing in. I have a distinct feeling, though, that we will not be going to Gran Canaria at the end of February. But you never know. You never know. It's not dead in the water, but it's looking increasingly unlikely every day, isn't it? Ryan doesn't like the extra impact force of flat running on the treadmill. Prefers a slight incline at least. Right, might be time for a bite of mince pie. Oh, don't you just love it when they're slightly warmed? Oh, I wouldn't want to run at 5% regularly. Maybe I could just cope with 3%, but I wouldn't want to go high as 5. That would definitely feel like an incline session. Right, where's Eddie gone? Where's Eddie? Anyone know where Eddie is?
We also have yellow jackets up front.
Behind. There's Eddie. Right, we're going off to the right. Live has stopped to let Eddie catch up. Hello Clara. Clara Davies has joined us. Kenneth Scramstad is there as well. No, but I've got an idea. If if you can come in, I've got an idea what we can do. Okay, if that, yeah, okay, that's fine. Just swap that over then. It's down here. I'll put it down here. Okay. See what I mean? Okay. Right, we're going left, right, sorry. Thank you. Speed up again now. Yeah, we've got a walkie-talkie now, so that Victoria doesn't have to constantly monitor the stream, but she can just have the walkie-talkie attached to her belt or something. Just imagine though, if we were doing every single marathon, the whole marathon, every day for 31 days. That's some operation, isn't it? There's some organisation and planning and... Well, maybe not planning, you just have to get on the treadmill every day, don't you? But it's hard work, I imagine. No, Eddie has a team of people helping, but nevertheless... I guess that's why she has a team of people helping, because, you know... 6 hours on a treadmill every day, you can't really do much else, can you? That is your whole day, really. Apart from maybe a 1 hour stand-up show at the end. So we're not far off 10 miles. Hello, Clara. Nice to have you with us. Also, Ed Wiley, hello. Cunningham is with us as well from Scotland. Yep, freezing in the studio here as well. Full stop. Hello, Buckingham. No, Cunningham. Cunningham. Ten miles up. 10 miles done, 16 to go. Pinkard, morning from Texas. Good morning, Texas. How are you doing over there? Cosham has just joined us as well from Team Infinity. Ankara in Australia. Simon Cosham is with us as well. Dennis Pinkard is from Texas. Pam Dobson is with us. So Simon Cosham has just joined. Hello, Simon Cosham. Welcome along, Simon Cosham. Tiny keyboard, old eyes, says Dennis. No worries, Dennis. Right, we're going right onto the beach path. So we're on the chili pepper route today. Heart rate is good, 107. Nice and comfortable. Yes, full stop. If you're new to Zwift, welcome along. Hope you have a good run with us. Eddie Izzard. It still can't do Izzard. Is doing 31 marathons in 31 days. Full stop. This is day 8. Or is it day 9? No, it's day 8, isn't it? It is day 9. Or maybe it's day 9. It's been a long week. I think I slept through one of them. Okay, right turn onto the main road. Let's make sure we don't go onto the beach path. There we are, look. So we change that back. I explain this every time, but I may as well just explain it quickly again. I have a little automatic program on my computer. You see how the camera angles are changing. Those are automatic button presses. You can manually change the camera angles if you want by pressing the keys 1 through 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 0 is like a drone view. And so I have a little program that automatically changes the camera angles and zooms around and up and down. but that has the added effect of sometimes pressing the direction buttons on Zwift. So sometimes I go off in the wrong direction. I'm well known for it on Zwift. It happens to me all the time because half the time I don't concentrate on what I'm doing. But we always have Ryan Perring available to shout at me and tell me I've gone the wrong way, or tell me I'm about to go the wrong way. So I rely 90% of the time on Ryan Perring and a number of other people to shout at me and tell me what to do. Tina Beard is self-appointed music monitor. Because I have one track in one music playlist, that is copyrighted, that I keep meaning to change, but I don't. And every time that track plays, I get struck off YouTube and Facebook, and the stream is just automatically suspended. So Tina Beard is music monitor, and if that song is about to come on, she warns me and tells me to change playlists. So plenty of people, and there are also plenty of people who know far more about Zwift than I do. I've been on Zwift forever, since it started, but I regularly find out that I know absolutely nothing about Zwift. Right, hang on a minute. Slow down a bit because I think we're getting a bit ahead of Eddie. So other people constantly help me out with stuff that I don't know anything about on Zwift. Like using... Oh, have we lost Eddie? Okay, hang on.
See you down the road. Next gig, next time I come back. Cheers.
Alright. Bye.
Eddie's going slow.
That's a great talking through there.
There's Eddie. Eddie's just behind. We're all right. No panic.
In Alabama. So if you're from outside America, you probably think, well, that wouldn't exist. It does.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, Kim, Tina has been listening to my music for about 3 years now. Maybe not quite that long, but a long time. And I haven't changed my playlist in years, so everyone knows the music inside out. I really ought to get another one. I've got 2 playlists. So Tina knows. Yeah, she's just listened to it so often she knows. Slow right down.
So Sarah, we've got...
We have our next guests lined up, I think, just before.
Well, Ryan Perring. See, Ryan, you don't pay any attention to the music. You're just watching me for directions.
Oh, yeah.
You're watching to make sure I don't get lost. Tina is listening to make sure the music is right. There you go. It's ingrained in her brain, she says.
That's the yellow jacket. Yellow jacket.
Louis says, just completed a 15-kilometre run in the real world. What's the real world, Louis? I've not heard of that. Sorry. Pretty tired. Well done, though, Louis. Good job.
Just look like that. They should have Nazi swastikas on them. Yes. Not good.
A bit of coffee.
Okay, avoid those, except the honeybee. Say hello to the honeybee. Very good. Now I'm
Right. So we're all right. We didn't lose Eddie. Eddie just slowed down a bit. Right, 17 kilometres. So 4 kilometres to halfway. 4 kilometres to halfway. That doesn't sound like an awful lot, does it? We're doing okay. I quite like having these little stops every so often. It's quite nice. Or these like slow downs. Any new people joined? Let's have a look. Now, most people have done 5k or so. Oh, hang on. Oh, Ed Wiley. Ed Wiley's done 1.4k. Pinkard's done 6k. Yeah, most of the people have done a decent amount. Kim, yeah, I think because I'm running earlier in the day is just, even though it's still cold, it doesn't feel too cold now that I've been running for a bit. I did start the day all wrapped up warm in a jumper and a hat, and gloves on even for the first kilometre. But yeah, I feel okay now. Just you don't want to be stood still for too long in the cold. And the sun was out earlier. The sun looks like it's gone in a bit now, but for most of the morning, for most of the early afternoon, the sun has been out. But now it's clouded over a bit now, I think. And as the darkness draws in, it'll probably get colder, and I might have to put my jumper back on. Adam Koffler has joined us. Good evening, Adam. Full stop. Nice of you to join us. Right, we're off running again. Angela thinks living in the real world is overrated. Yeah, I mean it's all on Zwift these days. Life is virtual these days. Right, here we go then. Off we go. Back up to speed. Let's get these 4 kilometres done to halfway now. Adam says he thought he better show his face. Well, it's jolly good to see you. Yeah, no, Louis. So Louis says, what do you mean, the real world? The outside area where humans live, basically the opposite of Zwift. No, I've never heard of that, Louis. I don't know where that is. I may have been there in the past, but I certainly haven't been there recently. So I've kind of got no memory of it anymore. Kim Salt says her only interaction with people outside of her family the past month has been on Zwift. Yeah, pretty much. Okay. So there's Eddie in the pink shorts and the blue top. Dax Diesel says we are looking strong. Yeah, Louis, we are too hooked on Zwift at the moment. With the Eddie Izzard thing happening, there's no time to go outside. Normally I would go outside in the morning. I'd run, around about 10k, maybe 20k sometimes outside in the morning, and then come and do my run on Zwift in the evening. But for the next month, we've got this Eddie Izzard project, and I think I've decided that my focus will be to support Eddie on Zwift and try and make the most of this opportunity, because we really want Zwift running to succeed and to have lots of users. And Eddie Izzard running every day, certainly in the UK, is a big thing. And when Eddie does one of his multi-day marathons, it's a big issue, a big thing. And she has been on TV and radio across the country. Not massively highlighted, but national TV at least 2 or 3 times so far, and local TV here in Sussex as well. Eddie has appeared on. and national radio. Eddie's been doing interviews. So it's a great opportunity, and Eddie has been mentioning Zwift as well on nearly all of those interviews. So it's a great promotion for Zwift, and hopefully it'll bring a lot of running users to the platform. Terrible, full stop. We're all tired, full stop. We're all miserable, full stop. It's freezing cold, full stop. We want to go home. Hang on, sorry, I'm thinking of Canada. I'm sorry, that was a joke. For any Canadians running with us, I do apologise, that was just a bit of fun. Oh yeah, I am home. Angela says, Angela just reminded me I am actually home. Yeah, sorry, I forgot about that. Well, technically, no, I suppose I am home, yeah. 18 kilometres up now, done. If anybody is watching Eddie's stream again and does find anybody interesting, earlier on we had the secretary of the 100 Marathon Running Club being interviewed. And that was interesting, so I put that on the stream. So if anyone's watching Eddie's stream and notices anyone interesting that's being interviewed that we should kind of layer up and put on, Eddie slowed down again, then it might be good if you could let me know and we can do that. So 3 kilometres to go to halfway. I am 1 mince pie into the day. I've got another one there, and no doubt I will have at least another 1 or 2 before the end of the shift. Oh, now we're going. I need to be quick on this one. I think we're going right. Yeah, we are. What was that? Full stop. Kathy has been heavy on the wine? Question mark. Dead Chinese 1313 on Twitch. Yes, 6 whole hours today, buddy.
Nice.
I know it's going to be hard, but when that's Debbie, says Tina. Yeah, I thought I'm going to do at least. I've done one of these. This is the second one of the full marathon efforts, and I am going to do at least 2 or 3 more by the end. So may as well get used to running for 6 hours. I know, it is crazy, but it's got to be done, I think. At least January, I'll have clocked up a good amount of mileage to start the year. There'll be a good start to the year for mileage. My cadence is slow. Dax, how's yours? My cadence is fine. How's yours? Question mark. I wonder if Dax is going to respond. Yeah, hopefully heart rate should be fairly slow, Dead Chinese. I think so. There are training gains. Yeah, we're running in zone 1, so it's building aerobic fitness, an aerobic base. I mean, I've already got fairly decent aerobic base, but this just all adds to time on your feet, building all that vital mitochondria, as I go on about all the time these days. To increase your capacity for storage and transport of oxygen and glycogen around the body, so that when you do your fast running, you have a good, efficient supply of oxygen and energy to fuel that fast running. This is where it's all built, in zones 1 and 2. I don't think Dax will be joining the group, full stop. He's been in a bad mood all week, full stop. Mainly because we are all running with Eddie, not him. Oh no, other way. No, that one. Exactly. They're Chinese. Nobody should do zone 3. Zone 3 can jump in a lake. No, you can build mitochondria in zone 1 and 2. It's all good, and you have to remember, zones are not defined. There's not a cut-off point. You know, it's a curve. The whole thing is a curve, and there's no defined cut-off point where when you reach exactly 135 beats per minute, you stop creating mitochondria. You create mitochondria the whole way through, from zone 1 all the way up through, but you just you just create more in the lower zones, zones 1 and 2, than you do in zone 3 and 4, and you're less likely to get injured doing more mileage in these zones. So you do lots of mileage in these zones. If you did all this mileage in zone 3, you'd be tired out. So it's about efficiency and bang for your buck when you're running. I mean, I don't claim to be an expert by any means. It's just, this is the way I've been training for 6 months now. And I'm able to do a lot more mileage. Right, where's Eddie? Are they behind? Yes. Let's just slow down a bit. A bit more coffee. Who's Eddie interviewing now? 2 ladies.
Learn how to help people do stuff and other people who are negative get together and encourage people to do negative things. So
it's funny, isn't it? Whenever we turn on to him, it's always Eddie talking.
Yes, not where we are, hopefully. So.
Oh, hang on. We'll put him back on again.
5k run, it's not that long, but you now. But Sarah, you're now going further than 5k, or are you up to?
Well, I applied for the London Marathon.
Wow.
When it all came out at the end of October, November.
He keeps telling people he doesn't want to talk about running, and then he talks about running all the time.
Anything, and I don't think
Adam says, is Clive doing the full? Yes, I think Clive is doing. Well, actually, he was going to decide at halfway, wasn't he? Clive's deciding at halfway whether to do the full, I think. Adam. Oh, Clive's gone just for the half today. I think that's a good choice. Sensible decision. Could be a very sensible decision, Clive. Daniel Lee says, what's going on here? I've seen you live every day and popped in. You were doing hours of running. Is it a big marathon? Daniel, are you aware of Eddie Izzard, the comedian? British comedian Eddie Izzard is doing 31 marathons in 31 days throughout the whole month of January. And we are supporting Eddie through those runs. So sometimes we're doing the full marathon, sometimes we're doing a half marathon or 10k. So you'll see Eddie's name on the list of runners there. The reason Eddie has a Romanian flag is that every run is a kind of virtual run in a virtual country or a virtual city. So today's Romania, Bucharest in Romania today. But we're running live on Zwift so people can run with Eddie live, and that's what we're doing. So that's what this is all about today. Martin Thornley says, I've been using Apple Watch for the last 2 years but tempted to buy a Phoenix 6. Have you used Apple Watch before or always Garmin? No, always Garmin. I've never had an Apple Watch, and it's bad sometimes because a lot of people ask for advice on Zwift when they're using an Apple Watch, and I can't give them good advice because I don't know anything about using an Apple Watch with Zwift. There are other people who know a lot more than me. I know literally nothing about using an Apple Watch with Zwift. Phoenix 6 you can use without a foot pod. Now, you won't find the... Have I got ahead of everybody again? You won't find the accuracy to be great if you just use your watch, because you're getting speed from the accelerometer in your wrist, so it's measuring your distance by the movement of your wrist up and down, and that's never great. Where is Eddie? Where's Eddie? Anyone know? Clive, where's Eddie? Hang on. Let's have a look. Oh, I just missed where Eddie is. Oh no, Eddie's just behind. Yeah, we're all right. So, yeah, what was I going to say? So, yeah, you can use your watch, but if you're an experienced runner, you might start to get a bit frustrated with it. Thank you. I'm slowing down. What most people use is a foot pod, so either the Zwift pod or the Stride. I don't know how you find your Apple Watch in terms of accuracy on Zwift, but it might be worth double checking how you feel about the accuracy issue. If you're happy with your Apple Watch, I don't know how accurate the Apple Watch is, but if you're happy with it, then maybe you'll also be happy with the Fenix 6 as well. Right, ton of ride-ons just dropping on people's heads. Well done. Emily Balshaw's joined us. Welcome along, Emily Balshaw. No, that didn't do it. Welcome along, Emily Balshaw. Balshaw. Who else have we got? No one else new, I don't think. Jason Mitchell's up to 20k. Eddie Izzard 19.6. Clive Finnemore 19.8 kilometres. I'm on 19.5. Tina Beard 19.4. Oh, absolutely. Right, Martin, if you're thinking about the Fenix for... Oh, another loo break. Okay, Eddie's stopping. Now, I could just catch up, couldn't I? I could catch up the extra... What's Eddie on? Eddie's on 19.6. Mind you, I'm on 19.6. I don't know how much I've got to catch up. Not very much. Let's just leave it at that for the time being. Yeah, Martin. So, absolutely... 100%. The Apple Watch is not a running watch. It is a fashion watch, a designer watch, a functional watch for lots of different things. It is not a dedicated running watch. If you are considering the Fenix 6, that is pretty much the top-end running watch that you can buy. So, I mean, if you're doing... What the Fenix 6 is built for is rugged running. Ultra distance running, long distance running, hiking, mountain terrain, places where you are going to be running for a long time, lots of hours. Also, it's for multidiscipline events, so cycling, swimming and running, triathlon type style events. If you can spend a lot less. If you just want a good running watch, then I'd recommend going for the 745 or the 945. The Garmin 945 is a very decent, just standard running watch. But yeah, the Fenix 6. I mean, I love my Fenix 6. It's absolutely awesome. Battery life is absolutely amazing. I can do a 100-mile run and not have to charge the watch and have plenty of charge left over. So if that's what you're after, and also things like mapping as well. If you're hiking or if you're running trails that you don't know, it's great for mapping and directions. Tina Beard says, I couldn't even get my Apple Watch to stay connected for heart rate. Hopeless. Saeed, hi sir, have a nice day. Nice streaming. Thank you, Saeed. Thank you very much.
Nice.
Right, so we are At 19.6 kilometres, we are just waiting for Eddie to go to the loo, and and then we'll be back on to get up to halfway. So 21 kilometres is halfway. 21.1 is halfway. Mince pie is still fairly warm. Excuse me. If you've never seen Zwift Hacks, it's a very handy little website to go to. ZwiftHacks.com. Lots of little third-party tools just to make your life on Zwift a little bit easier, especially if you're using a computer. Not really so great if you're just using an iPad or an iPhone.
It's so easy to get set up with Zwift running. Here's what you need. It's so easy to get set up with Zwift running. Here's what you need. Firstly, access to a treadmill. It could be at home or at the gym, but any treadmill will work with Zwift. To get you moving in game, we need a speed source. Traditionally, we use a foot pod like the Zwift pod or the Stride, but you can also use the Run Smart treadmill sensor, your Apple Watch, one of the newer Garmin watches, the TSS app, and if you have a smart treadmill, your treadmill will connect directly to Zwift without the need for another device. Now simply download the Zwift app onto a Mac, a PC, an iPhone, an iPad, an Android device. Zwift even works on Apple TV. Finally, pair your speed source in the app. Pairing heart rate from your watch or a chest strap is also a great addition to Zwift. And that's it. You're all set up for solo runs, solo or group workouts, challenges and real-time racing on Zwift with people from all over the world.
Right, Angela says, can you get Victoria to share her recipe for mince pie on your Facebook page? Those of us across the pond can try. Well, now, it may be that Victoria, the mince pies that Victoria is handing me are shop purchased. However, she probably does have a recipe for mince pies somewhere. Some people are demanding a recipe for mince pies from you, Victoria. Right, Victoria has just replied on the on the walkie-talkie, and she says, apparently I don't like... She's still talking to me. Right, apparently I don't like Victoria's mince pies, she tells me, because she makes them with phyllo pastry and she doesn't put a lid on them. That's a tart, isn't it? If you don't put a lid on it, it's a tart, not a pie. Anyway... Victoria, can you please just put something, what your mince pie recipe is, on a Facebook page, because people in America and people in Australia want to try your mince pie recipe. Thank you very much. There you go. So right, she's going to put her recipe that I don't like, apparently, on Facebook. So it's phyllo pastry she uses. I like your standard soft, nice pastry. Oh, don't get lost. Why? Okay. I won't. I'll keep my eye on it when we come out. Thank you, Kathy. "20 kilometres up. Let them eat pie." Oh, who said that? Some king said that, didn't they? Let them eat cake. Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, let them eat cake. Queen Victoria. Queen Elizabeth I. Yeah, Kathy did set panic in. I was thinking, hang on a minute. No, there's a little way to go yet. We've got to get out of the volcano. And then we'll have to make sure I turn left and not right. Clive likes sweet crust pastry for his mince pies. Victoria did say something about lemon zest as well. Right, Jay Davison. Is it Jim Davison? Forget that. I don't think Jim Davison would be running with Eddie Izzard. Gosh. Julia Davison. Hello, Julia Davison. Welcome along to Julia Davison. Oh, welcome along to Julia Davison. So we're all on 20k now, a lot of us. Eddie Izzard, Clive Finnimore, myself, Tina Beard. Who else has got 20k? Andrew Ush is on 18. Andrew has been with us from the start. He just had to re-log in again. Oh, Marie Antoinette, not Elizabeth I. Thank you, Tina, for your history lesson. That's right, French Revolution, wasn't it? Of course, and the bourgeoisie. Oh yes. Oh, history lessons always come back to me after somebody's reminded me what they are. That's not really remembering very well, is it? And I think I'm also confusing it with Alfred, who was talking about burnt cakes, wasn't he? Which is a bit of a legend. That's not didn't really happen, did it? Right, which way am I supposed to be going here? That way. Yeah, so we're right. Okay, we're going left. Well, you know, Elizabeth I, Marie Antoinette, what's the difference? Not very much. Only about 200 years. Right, Victoria has put her mince pie recipe on. Yeah, we're going left. Thanks, Tina. Victoria has put her mince pie recipe on Facebook. Layer squares of buttered phyllo pastry in a cupcake tray. Add lemon zest and orange zest with the sweet mincemeat. So you have to get ready-made sweet mincemeat then. Fill the phyllo cases with the mincemeat. Top with 3 cranberries and cook. I think they're delicious, but Stephen doesn't. No, get me a Waitrose soft pastry mince pie any day of the week. Phyllo pastry can go and jump in the lake. Like all the other things that I say can go and jump in a lake. So, right, the thing is, Victoria, I think people across the the Atlantic in America, don't really know what sweet mincemeat is. They haven't really got that. Or they'd have to look very hard to find sweet mincemeat. So what is in sweet mincemeat? Weren't we saying like apple and apple and raisins and what else? Orange peel, apple, raisins, orange peel, sugar, obviously. Okay, Angela. I'm warning you, though. It is an acquired pie. I didn't used to like them, but now I do. Single cream as well. A warm mince pie with single cream. Lovely. Right, Clive looks like he's gone. Clive is going. Well done, Clive. Full stop. Have a good rest. Full stop. See you tomorrow. Right, Clive has done his half marathon. Marcus Holmes reminds us that as well as having a mince pie with cream, you also need to have a cup of tea with it as well. Right, we're nearly halfway now. Nearly halfway. 2 hours, 52 minutes. So we'll be halfway in 2 hours, 55. Right, Marcus Holmes is asking, does Victoria have a recipe for fish and chips? Yeah, our recipe for fish and chips is to say, Stephen, go to the fish and chip shop and buy some fish and chips. That's the recipe. That's what happens. Stephen, here's some money. Go to the fish and chip shop, buy fish and chips. Immediately. Well, that's why you don't like them, Tina, because you're putting daft macaroons on the top. Stop putting macaroons on the top and put proper pastry on, then you'll like them, I promise you. Okay, Andrew is going to carry on so that his avatar says 21.1 on Zwift. So he'll have done 23. Yes, Andrew, I understand. Okay, right. Victoria has now responded with her extra recipe for sweet mincemeat. Apple, sugar, sultanas, currants. Right, sultanas, currants and raisins. What on earth is the difference between all them three? Different coloured, are they just different coloured grapes? Vegetable suet, fat, candied mixed citrus peel, cinnamon, coriander, dill, fennel, clove, ginger and nutmeg. There you go. And Victoria is now hungry. Sussex Geezer has joined us. Right, Victoria's just let me know she's just taken that off the jar of sweet mincemeat. So it's not her recipe, it's just off the jar of ready-made mincemeat that we already have. But that's fine, we'll let her off. Nobody in this country, unless they're crazy, will be actually making sweet mincemeat mixture themselves. If you do, let me know, but I don't think anyone does. Right, Marcus Holmes says he's not heard of half of these ingredients. Welcome on board, Chris, Sussex Geezer. Is Tina off? Are you going, Tina? Great work, Tina. Thanks for joining us. Full stop. See you soon. Full stop. And Andrew Usher will be leaving us soon too. Andrew is going to get up to half marathon distance before he goes. Right, have we lost Eddie again? Where's Eddie? Oh, Eddie's right beside me. That's a bit odd. I can't see Eddie. Where's Eddie? Must be just up ahead. Jason Mitchell's on 22k now. V Goddard 1.9. Bamford on nearly a kilometre. Oh yeah, there's Eddie. Oh well, look, we're running on the sand. Winter Powell, good morning. We are doing a full marathon with Eddie Izzard today. Marcus Holmes says that Eddie does disappear from the runners list from time to time. Yeah. Or it might be that so many cyclists pass by that we get separated on the list. Yeah, 3 hours to go, says Ryan. Approximately that is correct. I'd have thought, depending on how much Eddie slows down in the second half of the run. Ben says, how's Eddie getting on? Seems to be okay. This is Eddie's stream.
Support groups, you need that. I didn't need that because I'm...
Looks comfortable.
This lone wolf person, I did have a great health group keep on.
See, you can usually tell when Eddie is struggling, and Eddie doesn't look like she's struggling at the moment.
That organisation was great help. And I was there for a few months before I said, right, I'm going out and I need to wear dresses, skirts, makeup, whatever I want to wear, just like a woman can wear whatever she wants to wear. I got to wear, go out and have a cup of tea and get on the tube. Take a book with you if you're going on public transport.
So winter. Yeah, this is Eddie Izzard running the 9th marathon of 31 marathons in a row. And today we're doing the full distance with Eddie. I have been doing halves and 10Ks. I started on day one with a full marathon with Eddie. So this is my second full marathon with Eddie.
Okay, next question is from someone.
One thing I'm going to say.
Yes.
Is Bob coming on sharp at 3:20?
Okay, coming up to 22k in 3 hours. Ed Wiley is on 6k. Simon Bamford is on 1.3k. Julia Davison 2.1k. Jason Mitchell 22.4.
Sussex Geezer, 1.1 kilometres now. Oh, Sarah Bamford, not Simon Bamford. Why did I say Simon Bamford? Sorry, Sarah Bamford, 1.4 kilometres. Adam Koffler, 4.6 kilometres. Mike Pollard, 22.1 kilometres. Well done, Mike. Good job. Right, we're going right here. Not left. So we need to follow the road to the bridge, the 360 bridge. Yeah, Eddie does love talking. It keeps her mind off the running, I think. Especially if the running is painful. She needs to keep her mind off what's going on the legs front and concentrate on chatting and interviewing people. Right, we've just hit 22k in 3:02, 3 hours, 2 minutes, 22 kilometres. So we're counting down from here. Counting down now. Counting down now with 20k to go. Van Hook is on 4 kilometres. Adam Koffler nearly 5 kilometres now. That didn't work. Get the calculator out.
Right on!
Hands are a bit cold. I'm thinking of putting my gloves on. Even though my body feels fairly comfortable and warm, hands are quite cold. Tina's got to go and walk the dogs, so that's why she's finished. Billy Branois says you can do it. Well, I think we can, yeah. I think we know that we're perfectly capable. Eddie's done this 8 times before. This is number 9.
I guess I should remind everybody that both Eddie and me are streaming live every day throughout this 31-day challenge. Streaming live, we're streaming live every day apparently. Not only are we streaming live, but we are also streaming live. Right, make sure we go straight ahead here. Okay, Tina, somebody will monitor the music, don't you worry. Thank you, Tina. See you later. Take care. $300 ride-ons. Thank you very much, everybody. Ooh, that was close. I thought Gin was your middle name, Adam. Oh! No! Nearly 23 kilometres now. Straight ahead on the reverse comm. Clara Davies is back. Hello, Clara. Clara, did you get bored not running? Question mark. Five half marathons this week, Andrew. Well done. Good job, buddy. Well done, Andrew Usher.
another half marathon this week. I know you did, Clara. Full stop. That's why I was asking about... Oh, that doesn't make sense. Nice hot cup of tea? Would that be alright? It's good having this walkie-talkie. Victoria's just messaged to say, do I need anything? So a hot cup of tea is on the way. So we're off to the Run Valley, a right turn shortly. Just hold the keyboard in my hand just in case. So we had a bit of a debacle with the heart rate monitor earlier on the wrist. Got so fed up with it that I did eventually take it off and put my chest strap on. So that seems to be working all right now, and the heart rate is now comfortably nice. Zone 1, below 110 beats per minute, which is where it should be. Again, we need to make sure that we go on the right path, so going right along the Run Valley. Every couple of runs, Marcus, I just take it and put it under a hot tap. Marcus is just saying, how often do I wash my chest strap? Yeah, if you don't wash it regularly, it can get pretty disgusting, full of sweat, and it gets a bit grimy, so you do need to wash it regularly. Fortunately, these heart rate straps these days are all waterproof. You can use them for swimming as well, many of them. The more expensive Garmin ones, let's put it that way, you can use for swimming. So they are waterproof. My right, see, it's very weird, right? Earlier on, it was my left wrist that was cold, my left hand, and my right hand was really warm. Now it's entirely the opposite. My left hand is really warm, and my right hand is freezing cold. Clara, I'm on my second mince pie of the day. Clara, I am still eating my second mince pie of the day. I had porridge with Canadian maple syrup for breakfast before we started. Oh. With Canadian maple syrup for breakfast before we started. Oh, thank you, I'll finish that. Awesome. High five. Adam says, how many mince pies do we have left?
Victoria thinks we still have 2 boxes of mince pies in the cupboard, so that'll be 12 in all. Marcus Holmes says maple syrup is great. I have a family that makes it. Awesome. Do we get a cheap import then? A cheap import of tons of maple syrup? Hybrid cuisine, maple syrup on mince pies, Marcus is suggesting. I'm not sure that would, because you've already got a lot of sweet stuff inside the mince pie. I think you need something a bit blander, like cream, to offset the kind of tangy sweetness of the inside. So I think it has to be cream on a mince pie. I will defend my mince pies to the death. Okay, Marcus Holmes is going to mail me some syrup along with a book of flags. I love it. That is brilliant. Maple syrup and a book of flags. Won't the flags get sticky? Marcus, I imagine the flags will get rather sticky in the mail with all that syrup. Oh! Marcus, I imagine the flags will get rather sticky in the mail with all that syrup. Right, well, if Marcus sends me a book of flags, Ryan is saved a bit of money, because Ryan was going to get me a book of flags. So, Marcus, you've saved Ryan a bit of money there. Right, 24.2. Okay, Marcus's answer to that is, okay, so he's going to send me syrup, a book of flags, and some baby wipes. Now that's more like it, Marcus. Full stop. Very sensible. Right, we're going right onto the beach path now. Keep an eye. Make sure we don't go onto the main road. Folks at customs will go crazy. Okay, keeping an eye on that direction. My camera angles have a habit of doing it at the last second. Just when you think you've made it, the camera angles will kick in and we'll go onto the main road. So let's just double check. Let's keep pressing that button. Look as I move round and round and round and round. Pressing the right button, rather. There we go. Done. Christine has maple syrup on toast. Yummy. Right, I have to say, I am feeling very settled. I agree with, I mean, I know I haven't done 9 marathons in a row, but I have been running at this pace consistently every day for 9 days now. with Eddie, even though some of them have only been 10k, and I feel like I'm getting into the swing of it. You know, we're nearly 25k in here. Oh, music. So we're getting into the swing of it here. Not now. Not now. Not now. Oh, that is awesome. Tap close. That didn't work. So I've got voice commands on my iPhone now just to help out here with talking and using voice to text on Zwift. I've also turned on voice control on the phone, so now I can, with my voice, I can tell the phone to do different things. But there are lots of commands to learn, and I haven't learned them all yet. Obviously, I've only been doing it a couple of days, so and the only other thing is that the amusing thing is that sometimes when you're typing and you pause and then somebody else says something, that goes in the voice to text chat box. So you have to be careful that your general talk doesn't get typed out. Oh, that was a close one as well, actually. There we go. Should we have a little look at Eddie?
Okay.
Sun's shining in London.
Yeah.
Eddie's got food. Eddie's got food and sun on his face. That's nice, isn't it? 28k done. No, 28k, 24.8. I wish it was 28k. 24.8k done. Well, we need a bit more light in here now, I think. And might also put the main room lights on as well. 24.9, nearly 25k now, so we are definitely counting down big time now. 17 kilometres, just over 17 kilometres to go. minutes. 17 kilometres to go now, full stop. We are rocking and rolling to the 9th marathon here. Yeah, big group now. It's all good. Oh, I like spider pigs. That's a Simpsons. Simpsons. What's the word I'm looking for? Begins with R. Never mind. Can't remember. When you run these marathons, your brain goes stupid, doesn't it? Not a word, Ryan. Don't say anything. Do not say anything. Actually feeling pretty good, thank you, Adam. Reference. Simpsons reference. Like Eddie says, comma, it sometimes takes a little while to get into the swing of it, full stop. But I've run every day at this pace for 9 days, and I am finally feeling like it's okay. Oh, I've said all that. It sometimes takes a while to get into these things, full stop. I've run every day for 9 days at this pace, and it's finally starting to feel okay. Actually, no, I did miss 1 day out, didn't I? Not running tomorrow though, full stop. My wife, Victoria, will do the half with Eddie tomorrow. Adam, what was your average weekly mileage prior to the Eddie Izzard project? Right, slowing down a bit. Andrew Usher, 5 or 10k tomorrow, yeah. Walking, okay, I'm walking. Ryan Perring says, crazy to think still so long to go. Yes, I know. It is mad, isn't it? 20 to 30 kilometres, I guess? Or is that miles, Adam? Yes, Adam. Full stop. I think running probably needs... No, that's not right. What am I trying to say? Does take time to bed in, even with a cycling aerobic base. What? No, 50k. My best time for 50k is 4:08. It was a while, and that was a while ago. I don't know what I could. I'd like to think I could get near to 4 hours, but I think 50k for me is it's going to be 4 hours, not 3:30. Right, Eddie's back up again. Just going to have a quick sip of. I think you, Adam, and everyone else are doing absolutely amazing. Right, let's carry on. Yes, Andrew, I agree. I mean, that's what I felt in the first 3 or 4 days. Well, maybe even the first 5 days. Maybe in the first week, I've been finding the slower pace is really taxing on the legs. My calf, after the first marathon, my calf muscle on my left was absolutely killing me. So yeah. Ed is off. Well done, Ed. Ed's done 10k. Great job, Ed. Full stop. Thanks for joining us. Take care. Hey, look everyone. Only 10 miles to go. Full stop. Oh, hang on a minute. Where are we? Slow down a bit. Okay, we're going right to the volcano. Yeah, walking.
And I'll see you on stage tonight. Even though I won't see you, you'll see me.
Thanks, Eddie. Good luck.
Thank you, good luck.
Bye. Thanks, Lila. Thanks, Edward. So, I felt that my car is still playing around. I'm going to talk to Greg Bell at 4 p.m. at the top of this hour, 4 p.m. London time. I'm sure Greg will probably be in New York, so that'll probably be about 11 a.m. this time. Yes, going from New York.
We should also mention at 4:30 we've got a Twitter question.
Yeah, I haven't done anything with it, Ryan. I should have done something this morning to make it automatically go down when Eddie's on screen. So I will program that in for the next 20 days. How long? How many more have we got? What, 9? Done 9. 21 days more. Yeah, 21 days more. So I'll try and remember to program that in. So that when I switch to Eddie's stream, the music goes down so you can hear what's going on. Right, this mince pie's now gone cold. Oh, has Eddie stopped? "22 days, okay.
Has hit the water supply for humanitarian assistance.
I think Eddie must be on a break.
So, COVID in Yemen is a crisis on a crisis on a crisis. Of course, funding for COVID-19 needs to come on top of the funding to respond to the pre-existing needs.
Right, I'm just going to go to the loo quickly and then we'll be back out. It's so easy to get set up with Zwift running. Here's what you need. Firstly, access to a treadmill. It could be at home or at the gym, but any treadmill will work with Zwift. To get you moving in game, we need a speed source. Traditionally, we use a foot pod like the Zwift pod or the Stride, but you can also use the Run Smart treadmill sensor, your Apple Watch, one of the newer Garmin watches, the TSS app, and if you have a smart treadmill, your treadmill will connect directly to Zwift without the need for another device. Now simply download the Zwift app onto a Mac, a PC, an iPhone, an iPad, an Android device. Zwift even works on Apple TV. Finally, pair your speed source in the app. Pairing heart rate from your watch or a chest strap is also a great addition to Zwift. And that's it. You're all set up for solo runs, solo or group workouts, challenges and real-time racing on Zwift with people from all over the world. There's Billy in the green. Okay. So, we are at 26.2. So we've got 10 miles to go.
Check it out.
Is that right? 26, 4, 2, 10, yeah. 10 miles left. And we're at 342 ride-ons. That's awesome. Thank you very much, guys. If you haven't dropped me a ride-on, why not? It'd be awesome to get up to 400 if possible before the end of the day. Helicopter shot. Zwift Insider. If you want to know any news about Zwift, that's the place to go. ZwiftInsider.com. Cycling news mainly, obviously, but also running news. Game updates, any information about what's going on with Zwift, you'll find on Eric Schlange's Zwift Insider website. There's one or two articles by me in there as well somewhere. So, still just waiting for Eddie to come back. Eddie is having a pit stop, but he is there. He's just stretching out his
his legs a bit, so he's going to start now, I think. Looks like he's starting. I can go very slowly because he is a little bit... why do I keep saying this? She is a little bit behind, but we're on our way.
And, niggling front calves. Well, it's not niggling, actually. It's just
8 seconds behind, 7 seconds behind,
2 more hours to go.
6 seconds behind.
Haven't got too far.
Here they are. I know. I'm better than I was. I think I'm getting better. I just do have these lapses. Okay, it definitely feels later in the afternoon now, 4 p.m. UK time, and it's gradually getting darker outside. 2 hours left to go. 2 hours. We've been going for 4 hours now. Well, no, 3 hours 38 of moving time, but 4 hours of actual running time, actual activity time. We're getting it done, even though I hate that phrase. Verton Radio, thank you for your ride on. My headphones seem very quiet. I don't know why. So heart rate is still nice and comfortable, 108, 107 BPM, and we should expect to stay there for the whole run. Zone 1, nice and easy.
I was born in 1970, and just a real quick, the Cuban Revolution kicked off officially January 1st, 1959.
Right.
So just for clarity's sake, and so again,
interesting that they've got the
again make a decision that many Cubans had made.
They've got the Zwift screen there.
At that time had already left Cuba.
Right.
And so my parents come over. I'm born in Miami, and I'm part of this. I'm part of this story of Cuban Americans, first generation. Those of us who were born.
Just wondering what this is about, because they don't normally have the Zwift screen up there so prominent. So I wonder if they're talking about Zwift at all. Anybody been monitoring the Eddie Izzard stream?
In exile temporarily, and we will eventually be repatriated. And that was sort of my context for being in the U.S. And again, acknowledging that not just my heritage, but this urgent connection that my family maintained to Cuba. And that was sort of a defining feature of my life for a long time, especially in Miami. Miami is the hub of the Cuban American community,
yep,
for obvious reasons, but also for historic reasons. it's very close to Cuba, and there was a lot of back and forth between Cubans and others from Florida to Cuba for a long time before any of this stuff happened. So again, Miami.
Yeah, but isn't it usually
that? And so I grew up there, and it was really not until
isn't the Zwift screen usually top right where I am? See where I am up there.
20s.
Isn't the Zwift screen usually up there?
When sort of
Paul Deering says this is Eddie's American production manager, so nothing to do with Zwift.
Not going to change.
Okay, I was just wondering why they changed it to put the Zwift screen down there.
My generation starts to sort of reconcile that new reality that we are, for all intents and purposes, American.
Eddie's sped up, look.
Hyphens, but that Cuban part never goes away, and so I've always associated that identity, even in spite of this, even in spite of the reality that no one's ever going back, which is what, again, my reality had been for a long time. Of we were here temporarily, and we would eventually go back home, as it were.
Well,
and so, but I've been in New York now 20.
Oh, look, there's my hat on the stream.
Years, and
and you're passionate about your politics. We've had a lot of good chats about politics.
Okay, let's go back to
talk about
normal.
What's going on at the moment.
I mean, we're so in the midst of it right now. Things are changing. It's hard to look away from all of the social media and all of the news coverage of it because it feels.
Right, if you want to go and watch Eddie's stream, you can go to this website. It's eddieizzard.com, or you can follow Eddie on her Facebook page, the YouTube channel, and over on Twitch as well. Well, pretty much exactly the same places that I am streaming. So we are now at 27 kilometers, 15k to go. Oh, music. That's 15 kilometers to go. Full stop. Well done, Eddie. Full stop. Well done, everybody else. Keep going. Adam, okay, sometimes, yeah. If I think about it, yes, Adam, full stop. I have 2 pairs of New Balance 1080 trainers, which I alternate. I don't have tons of money to spend on new pairs of running shoes every few weeks, full stop. So I have to manage with what I have. Sussex geezer Chris keeps 1 pair of trainers just for the treadmill. Yeah, I tend to just wear these on the treadmill as well. If they fit, if they're still comfortable, then they should be fine. And they are still comfortable, then they should last for a long time. Full stop. I have some road shoes which are 4 years old and I still wear occasionally. No, Marcus, I've never been to the Grand Canyon, but I would love to go one day. I've only been to the States a couple of times, and that was kind of on work-related things, so... Yes, I think so, Adam. If you have the money to change your shoes regularly, then there's no harm in doing that. Full stop. As long as you have found a brand which works well for you. Yes, Jason, full stop. Trail shoes are a different breed. Agreed, Chris, full stop. Cushioning certainly gets weaker the older the shoe. But just think about all those people who do barefoot running and run in minimal cushioned shoes like Innovate. And also those who run in minimal shoes like Innovates, for example. Cushioning is lovely to have, but if you run with good form, it shouldn't impact or injure your legs or your feet or your bones or your muscles. Somebody's friend runs in flip-flops. Yes, Marcus, I think Adam already said that he asked, you know, running shoes getting changed every 500 miles, is that just marketing? Yeah, I mean, they want us to buy new shoes, don't they? So they say you should change them every 300 to 500 miles, yeah. But, you know, I've done way more than that in these New Balance. That conversation allowed 1 more kilometre to tick by. Full stop. 14 kilometres left. So Eddie is running faster again, which is good, isn't it? A negative split, says Ryan. You never know. 4 hours 15 minutes we've been out now. So an hour and 45 left. There you can see our speed, 7.7 kilometers per hour. There's my phone. There's my tea. Victoria, this walkie-talkie battery is low apparently. Just beeped at me. The walkie-talkie is beeping at me that the battery is low. Yeah, just needs to charge. Yeah, I'm just nearly finished my tea. Okay, Italian villas. Round to the left. Heart rate just slightly raised for a minute there. We should be ticking over under 110 per kilometre, average of 110 BPM. But we seem to be just a little bit higher than that at the moment. My hands have warmed up a bit. Funny, it's going left to right. My left hand is now cold, my right hand is now warm. A minute ago it was the other way round, and then earlier on it was the other way round again. 28.5k done. Emily Balshaw's now on 9k. Hawks, it's Simon Hawks? 2.4S Hawks, let's find out. Use your companion app. Oh no, it's S. How funny. Sian Hawks. Sian Hawks. S-I-A-N, Ryan. S-I-A-N Hawks. Sian Hawks. Is on 2.5k. Jason Mitchell, 29k. John Farrell is on 2k. Laura Williams is on 0.9 of a kilometre. Welcome to the party, Laura Williams. Is that Erin Green? Amy Green. Okay, Amy Green is with us. And hello to Amy Green as well. John Farrell is also up to 2 kilometres with us. Right, Eddie, slow down. Great to have everyone supporting. Full stop. Keep it going. Ryan says he knew his teaching would come in handy. Well, the thing is, Ryan, you're right. I mean, the thing is, we know all this stuff's there, don't we? It's just we don't bother to use it, or it doesn't enter my head to use it. I mean, I know that Nearby Zwifters is a tab on there. I know I can look at that. You know, I know it's there, but I just, in my head, I kind of just forget that it's there and don't bother. And it's useful to have people reminding me about these things so I can think about using them. And they are really useful tools, aren't they? Right, Victoria's going to the shop to buy more milk. The walkie-talkie is going on the charger. Oh yeah, I know. Right, Kathy will be joining us shortly. I have been reliably informed, that Snack Cart Kathy will be joining us shortly. Adam says more gin. Nice. 29k, 13k to go. Counting down, 13 kilometres to go on Eddie's 9th marathon. Thanks, Adam. Jason Mitchell as well. Jason Mitchell's doing it. Looks like Jason Mitchell is going the whole way too. Yeah, Eddie is just crazy, isn't he? There is no. When I think about it, when I think hard about it, there's just no way I want to do 31 marathons on a treadmill in a row. I just don't want to do it. Sort it out, Adam. Hello, John Hunter. Multitasking badly. Come on, Jason, you can do this, buddy. After that first marathon, last week, I realised there was no way I wanted to try all 31. Well, everyone, you have 21 days, no, 20 days, isn't it? "20 days to train and join us for Eddie's final marathon on January 31st, full stop. Let's get as many people as we can doing the whole thing." You can't really train in 20 days to run a marathon, by the way. 22 days, is it? Oh, I don't know. Oh, mathematics. Yeah, but one day of taper. 1 day of taper. Yeah. Just as a disclaimer, full stop, you cannot train for a marathon in 20 days, full stop, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Nevertheless, it will be great to have as many people as possible join us on the final day, whatever distance you choose to do. Just press cancel. Full stop, stay here with us. The Ryan Perring Marathon Training School opens for business tomorrow. You run your first marathon the day after that. This just means you have previously selected to join that event. Full stop. If you don't want to take part, just click cancel. Or not now, isn't it? It says not now rather than cancel. And Kathy, the snack cart queen, is on board. Full stop. Hello, Kathy. He's on board. Is on board. Oh, are we slowed down? Yeah, okay. We have slowed down a little bit, just a little walk.
I'll use the word most. Most of them are.
Yeah, you can see Eddie's walking there.
They have to be registered with the government, and those who work on those scooters get government salaries like everybody else in Cuba. So that's the way the structure there is.
I don't think Adam has ever been sober, has he? Question mark. We can slow down a lot, because Eddie is quite a way behind. "30 kilometres up." Tina says, "Sounds just about right." Referring to what, Tina? I think we can stop. Eddie's way behind. Must have missed that. Let's just wait. I think I got a bit ahead of myself. Eddie's about 20 seconds behind. Eddie stopped. Kathy, we've slowed down. We've stopped. Use your map on the companion app. Eddie is just behind us. Use your map on your companion app. Eddie has stopped just behind us. Leg issues, apparently. Okay.
Yeah, these strong arms of the state, which have nothing to do with
well, it looks like Eddie's walking there. Okay. Eddie is walking again.
That was refreshing to see.
I'm glad you're going back. As I said, I promised you, you're going back, I'm going back, my brother's coming, Sarah's coming. We're going to be La Habana, todo en español. And we're going to do that. I don't know when, but that's a promise.
The Plaza of the Revolution.
No, John, we're just behind. Wait there and we will catch you up.
It's a big open space. I think that would be a perfect place to do it. Forget the stadiums. The Rolling Stones play in the stadiums.
Coming now.
Play the Plaza.
Well, no, you've got your job, Greg, is to find a nice, 100-seater that we can go with, 200-seater, something like that, and then we go play there.
They've got some beautiful theaters there. I'll tell you what, you're still there. It's amazing how in spite of everything, they still do fund the arts. They still do appreciate the necessity of those kind of things. And so, in spite of their crumbling nature, there's things like that exist in those places. You've seen them around the world. You've been to all those places where so much of the world is crumbling, and yet they still treasure these little monuments to humanity, to human culture. Beyond ideology.
Right, there we go. I'm with Eddie. Eddie again now. Excuse me. Mince pie going down the wrong way.
Sarah, Greg, we're saying goodbye. I'm going to go and talk to Twitter people now. Thank you so much.
All right. Enjoy it. Thanks for this.
Stay safe.
Good to see you guys.
Talk to you soon.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Ryan's School of Marathon Running. Absolutely.
Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is the most downloaded podcast in the world. Successful podcast in the world.
Oh, Eddie's talking to Joe Rogan now. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that interview. Shall we, when Joe Rogan comes on, shall we dip the sound and watch the Joe Rogan interview? Because Joe Rogan's awesome. I don't know if you know the Joe Rogan podcast. Apparently, it is he's just said it. Eddie has just said it's the most downloaded podcast in the world. Okay, right. Ryan says this. Is it Twitter questions first? Okay, so questions first, and then the Joe Rogan. If anybody is watching the stream, can you let us know when the Joe Rogan podcast interview comes on? Right, it's getting dark outside now. Yes, yeah, he is controversial, you're right. But has some great guests on, amazing guests. Adam, did you just say who was that guy? Joe Rogan is a guy in the States who does a podcast, but he gets everyone on his podcast. Famous scientists, famous sports people, politicians, pop stars. He interviews everyone. Howard Stern, yeah. Howard Stern's. I don't think Joe Rogan is as controversial as Howard Stern, and I think Joe Rogan is probably a bit more, slightly more intellectual, would we say, than Howard Stern? I don't know. No, Adam. Coming up in a bit is Joe Rogan. Okay, Eddie is running again. Yeah, here we are. Right, Marcus Holmes is on 18k now. Kathy is on 1 kilometre. Well done, Kathy. Keep it going. Yes, totally agree. Yes, I agree with that, Marcus. John Hunter says he promises I'll pay attention now. John, don't worry about it, full stop. I am the king of going the wrong way on this run. Chocolate chip? Question mark? Right, I need to make sure we keep going on the 360 bridge. Straight ahead. I'm so hung! Oh my god! Hawks! Are you sure that's what you meant? That was amusing. Apparently Sean is so hung. Right, 31 kilometres coming up. Oh, thank you. Right, Eddie has been doing some shout-outs apparently, and I got a mention. That's good. Thank you very much. Thanks for letting me know, Andrew. Apparently, Eddie has been doing shout-outs of Zwift runners. Oh. Apparently, Eddie has been doing shout-outs of Zwift runners. Now, still. Straight ahead on the reverse comm. No left turn. Oh, thank you, Vic. Victoria has just threatened to eat the last bite of my mince pie. It was a threat. No, I'll have it, thank you. Nah, I think I'm good. Yeah, thank you. 11 kilometres to go. Jeff Partridge in the house. Oh, no. Make sure we go the right way. Mr. Partridge, full stop. Nice of you to join us, full stop. I think we understood what you meant. But it was quite funny. Oh, right, where's Eddie? Have I gone ahead again? Yeah, I'm way ahead again. Kathy, I think we may have gone way... Kathy, I think we might have gone way ahead again. Right, more drinks. Put the brakes on, cousins, says Ryan Perring. Oh, lovely. John Hunter's gone off again, ahead. John Hunter has gone off way ahead again. I guess we could stop. I guess we should stop. got it, Kathy. Yeah, Eddie's on a break, so you can see the stream at the bottom there has an advert going on, so the stream has just temporarily been suspended. So we're just waiting for Eddie to start again, so it gives me time to finish off my mince pies. Eddie isn't doing too badly at all today, full stop. But this is the time when it starts to hurt a bit more. Just over 10 kilometres left to do now. Right, there's my mince pie. Anybody? Hang on a second. You can't see inside, can you? It's going now anyway. They are better when they are warm, I think. Right, I was just trying to think whether I need to go anywhere. Do I need to go to the loo? No. Do I want anything else to eat? I don't really think so. I've got another nice warm coffee there already. So I think we're all right. Alfredo says, what must we do to join the run? Every day, this run is happening at midday UK time, 12 o'clock UK time. Eddie Izzard is running a marathon every day, 42 kilometres each day for the whole of January. So you need to make Eddie Izzard your friend, or follow Eddie Izzard on the Zwift companion app and click the star to make Eddie a favourite. Whenever Eddie starts running, you will get a notification in your companion app. Then when you log into Zwift, you have to choose Watopia and then scroll down the list until you find Eddie Izzard's name. When you find Eddie's name, you click on it and it will say Run with Eddie. And then you start your treadmill and you will be transported to exactly where Eddie Izzard is. Tina says, I'm cooking chicken with lemon and oregano with sweet potato fries. Very nice indeed. I don't know what I'm having for dinner. Emily Balshaw is on 11.8 kilometres now. Chris Sussex Geezer is on 10.5. Here comes Eddie. Here we go. Right, let's go, guys. And we need to make sure we turn right into the Run Valley. I don't want to speak too soon, but I think I've done a bang-up job today of keeping on the right route, haven't I? Eh? Not done too badly. Right, 31.4 now. So 10.5 K to go. Exactly, Ryan. Yeah, I knew I'd probably spoken too soon.
Maybe I should shut up and just not speak too soon. Because it's going to happen, isn't it? So we're going right onto the Run Valley. It's true, I haven't yet got lost on the run today, full stop. However, there is still plenty of time, so I'll just keep my big mouth shut. Yesterday, I went completely the wrong way with about 500 metres left of the marathon. Okay, John, I will. Yeah. Oh, wait. 2 park runs to go. Legs feel good though. Hands are freezing. Left hand is freezing cold. Body is alright though. My core is nice and warm. But my left hand is absolutely frozen. I wonder if I should put my glove on my left hand. I'm going to do that. I'm going to get my glove. Right, one glove like Michael Jackson. Satellite tracking won't work indoors, Kathy. We all need walkie-talkies. My wife would rather I get lost half the time. Well, who'd have thought it? Just 2 park runs to go. I'm at the bottom of the garden as well. I didn't realise there was an upstairs in Zwift. Unless you mean the Sky Roads in New York. Jeff Partridge is in the Blast Chiller. Too much information, Adam. Right, beach path, turn right. Let's make sure we do. I don't think we would argue with your neighbours. I think we would all agree with your neighbours. That's a nice shot, nice side shot there of everybody running together. Lovely group. Oh, Eddie's slowed, Eddie's stopping, Eddie's slowing down, Eddie's slowing down. Walking for a bit. Walking for a bit. Right, coffee. Oh, hot latte, absolutely lovely. Heart rate is really nice, isn't it? Look at that, 92, 97 for the last 2 kilometres, kilometre 31 and kilometre 32. Average heart rate 92 and 97. Mind you, I think we've had some stops, haven't we? So that might explain that actually. And we're off again. We have occasionally tried it, Chris, but it never seems terribly popular. Right, we're all going right. Okay, yeah, shall we have a look at this interview with Joe Rogan? Let me just make sure I go to the right, on the right path. Hang on. And then we'll put the interview on.
Two guys in Philadelphia, both of whom I looked at and I thought, oh, they're probably not into me. And they stopped me and I went and they said, I heard you on Joe Rogan. It's very interesting. And it's a complete diverse audience that you get out to.
Yeah, it's a weird group of people, and I don't know how it happened. I really don't. I just kept showing up, and it became what it is.
Well,
very strange.
I've seen people analyze what you did. I mean, it's not that long since you started, was it? But the last 10 years?
Yeah, 11 now. It's 11 years now.
And did you not have any plan? Did you just go along and it sort of unravel? Because someone was saying that you talk to a wide diversity of people. Probably you must be talking to some people that you think, I'm not going to get on with this person at all. And that's one of the interesting things.
Well, I just talk to people that I'm interested in talking to. Even if I don't think I'm going to agree with them, I always want to try to understand their perspective as much as possible. And I only have people on that I'm interested in talking to. So I book everything myself. I choose what guests, and I choose when they're going to be on. So it's uniquely me, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's great. Now I had a thought of I've been thinking about doing a podcast. I don't know since I've been on yours. I hope you don't feel I'm copying you. Is it all right? Because I'm sort of doing a podcast.
It's great for everybody.
I just thought it was. It's just turned into this wonderful thing. But the very
Eddie has sped up, by the way, everyone.
Do you do 3 hours with every guest?
Pretty much, if they can, unless there's some sort of time constraint. Usually it's around 3 hours.
Now,
yeah, Ryan, I thought we'd have this interview on because I'm quite interested in Joe Rogan.
There was a clock, and when I was talking to you, and I thought 3 hours, that's great. The fact that you want to do 3 hours, I think I can do 3 hours. And as we're going on, I was thinking, I was trying to look up on the wall behind you. See, I couldn't see any clock. I thought, how long have we been going? Is this 3, or maybe you're going for 4, or maybe 5? I had no clue where we were until you said that was 3 hours. But it's great. You can go everywhere, yeah?
Well, it's interesting. When you get into a really good conversation, time just slips by. It's like there's a time warp in the building. You don't even realize 3 hours have passed until it's over.
And that's your idea. No one else is doing 3 hours, or is it a number of people doing long interviews?
Maybe they are now, but I think it was my idea initially. I just felt like to really get to know someone, when you first meet them, the first 20 minutes or so, you're kind of just breaking the ice and cracking the surface. And then after an hour or two, then you really get cooking. You really get to understand who a person is when you get comfortable with them and they can express themselves and you can get really deep into subjects.
Yeah. And I was watching, hi, sorry, there's people outside my window who are just waving through, because we have an open door here to let the air in to be COVID safe, and there's the River Thames just there. They're out the window. Give a wave. They're out there. So we have to be safe inside, and they've got barriers. But you were talking to a guy just recently, and you were saying he was a very fit guy. He was doing surfing, a number of things. And you mentioned me, which is very nice of you, in that. And then he said he knows a guy who did about 130 marathons. Remember this gentleman?
Yes, I do. I'm trying to remember who that was, though.
But anyway, what you were saying is that you're very into the fact that anyone who was showing what bodies could do in their 50s and their 60s, that we didn't have to, as some people say 55, right, like this, pack up and I'm just going to sit here for the rest of my life. And I'm obviously not doing that. I don't think you're doing that. And some of the people you talk to who just saying, no, let's the 50s or 60s, let's keep active, like an old lion. This is what I like.
Yes.
As the lions get on, that's what we got to be. We've got to be lions. And the lions, they just sit under the tree for about 4 days as the small cubs are playing around, but then they go out and they do a Pilates chase as they come up to the gazelle or whatever it is, and they creep up like that, which is immensely supple, and then they run as fast as a small car. So they're just match fit for life.
Well, I think the key is that you have to keep doing things, and a lot of people just stop, and that's when the body atrophies and withers away. And obviously, you're not doing that, and I'm not doing that. There's a lot of people that aren't doing that. And we're realizing now in this day and age that it's not necessary. You don't have to just give up on physical activity when you get older. I'm 53 now, and I basically do everything that I did when I was 23.
Excellent. I just think, you're an example. I'm trying to, well, if we do things that are good for us, hopefully other younger people coming up and saying, hell, if that person's going to do that, I'm going to try it.
Yeah, well, we need examples, because when I was a kid, I thought 53-year-old men were dead. They were basically, the game was over. There was no more fun left to be had.
And that's not true. You can make it happen. Now, tell me about mixed martial arts, and how that fit with your stand-up career. Which one were you doing first, or did you start both at the same time? And
I didn't know he did stand-up.
Well, I started stand-up first. I started stand-up in 1988, but I had been doing martial arts long before that.
A long time before I heard of him.
I was a stand-up comedian. I was a Taekwondo champion. I used to teach it at Boston University, and I had my own school in Boston. And then when I started doing stand-up in 1988, I was looking for a way to transition out of fighting and competing, because there's no future in fighting and kickboxing, especially at the time. And it's also, I was very concerned about brain damage.
Right.
So that's the reason why I stopped competing. But as far as like enjoying the sport and being a commentator, I started working for the UFC in 1997. And I started working for them as a post-fight interviewer, just on a lark. And back then, it was really obscure. I mean, the people that I worked with, I was on a sitcom at the time called News
Yes,
Radio,
Jeff.
And the people that I worked with were treating it like I was doing porn. They were like,
well,
what are you doing?
I think I'm fitter than I was when I was 23.
Like, you better stop doing that. I was like, I enjoy it. I like it. I'm going to keep doing it. And so I did that for a couple of years and then quit, and then new people bought the UFC, and I started up again in 2002, I believe, and so I've been doing it ever since then, 2001, 2002. So I've been doing it somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 years now.
20 years. And you said you started stand-up in 88, and you may not believe this, but I started stand-up in 88, exactly the same year. Where were you? What city were you in when you started?
Boston. I was in Boston. Yeah, Stitches Comedy Club had an open mic night. August 27th, 1988, I went on stage, and I'll never forget it.
Mine was about March of 88. I can't remember the exact date. Up at Jackson's Lane Community Centre. And I wasn't ready, but I'd been doing workshops, and I drank a pint of lager, and I just thought, I'll go on and hit it and see what happens. And it was a bit rough, but I was ready. But yeah, that's great. 1988, both of us. Perfect.
Does England have a similar open mic community that like America has, where you sign up and you get to do like 5 minutes or something like that?
Yes, we sort of do. I think we've basically modeled ourselves on you. You know, there was that explosion of comedy clubs in America, where basically, you got business mentality is written into America much better than maybe anywhere else. So people took over entire rooms and had the bar, and they had the whole night, and there was a boom, and then a bit of a collapse. And we never quite did that. There were one or two initially back in the 80s, and when I started...
we're running a marathon with Eddie Izzard. So the guy on the screen there, running, that's Eddie Izzard. He is a famous British comedian. He's also famous in other countries, Australia, America. A lot of people know who he is.
Where we had all these pubs.
But he's really a cultural icon in the UK.
And they would sleep
and he's also known for doing these multi-day marathons. So Eddie is transgender, so prefers to have the female pronoun at the moment, so that's why we're saying she. So she is well known for doing these multi-day marathons, so that's what Eddie is doing now. 31 marathons in 31 days. And Eddie is live streaming.
It was amazing.
Wow.
Much the same way I am live streaming. So we're both live streaming at the same time, but I am bringing in Eddie's live stream into my live stream. So we're watching Eddie's live stream just while this interview with Joe Rogan is on, because Joe Rogan's an interesting character. So it's interesting to see what he has to say.
Ryan
Perring, yeah, I'm blooming freezing. Got my gloves on indoors.
open night communities that do open night things, and I think they sign up. I'm not quite sure how they do it, but it's much more similar to what you're saying.
Yeah, we need more of those here. One of the things that happened in America is comedy became too profitable. So they stopped having open mic nights at a lot of these big clubs, and they would just instead have like national headliners come in and be there all week for sold out shows. Yeah. And it was very difficult for the amateurs to get started. So there wasn't really a good community of open mics at the big clubs.
Yeah.
And I'm living in Austin, Texas now, and I want to change that. That's one of the things that I really want to do. I really want to make sure that I'm opening up a club here, and when I do that, I want to make sure that there's a lot of time for open mics. I want to have 2 nights that are just dedicated specifically to open mics and amateurs, and to give them a real community.
Yeah, well, good for you. I mean, that's what I think. I keep thinking of, should I lend my weight to opening a club, helping them, people start up. Also, because I do my stand-up in French as well, and in German, so, you know, their scene is coming up, and those French kids are now doing it in English, which is fantastic. So everyone's sort of coming into the big bath of doing stand-up in English, which has never happened before.
Just go. She's on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and her own website, eddyizzard.com. But if you're on Twitch, just search Eddie Izzard on Twitch.
You don't need any training. No one can really teach you how to do it. Yep. And everyone enjoys it. I mean, when it's done well, everyone enjoys it. So it's an amazing thing to be a part of. I've been doing stand-up for 33 years now. I still love
If I'm honest, I've no idea whether I am copyright-wise allowed to do this. To be fair, I haven't checked, so I could get told off for this. I've no idea. But until I do get told off, we'll just continue to do it every so often.
I want a crowd. I want to be there live, and I took a long time off until I started doing shows recently with Dave Chappelle here in Austin at this place called Stubbs Barbecue. They have a big amphitheater, but we test the entire crowd. So the entire crowd shows up early, they get tested for COVID, and then they all get let in, and then we do a show outside, and it's great. It's been a lot of fun.
Excellent. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad you got the love of stand-up, because some people lose it, don't they? And some people stop and they can never get back.
I think some people, the pressure just gets too much to them, and it starts getting overwhelming, and so many
John Hepplewhite has joined us, 2K in.
They look for a way to retire. They look for a time where all the pressure ends, where they can relax. And I think I understand that, but I enjoy it. And the pressure to me is like, it's artistic pressure. It's performing pressure. It's fun. It's a good pressure. Yeah. And if you can figure out how to do it, you can make people live, like, they literally feel better. They come to a show, and an hour and a half later, they leave, they feel better.
It is. That's I think that's serotonin in the brain. We give them natural drugs.
Yes. Yes.
Which is no bad thing. And so the doing.
No, Adam, that didn't happen to me.
When I was early, I struggled a bit, and then I got on a track. Did it take off quickly for you, or was it a struggle at the beginning?
No, not had that happen, Adam.
We all were.
It took a long time. It took
no,
a while.
not had that happen, Adam.
In the beginning, whether they believe they're terrible or not. Yeah. Some of them are delusional, but yeah, I'm terrible. It took me a few years, and I started getting like little tiny gigs about 1 year in, little opening gigs, and those really helped a lot, where I could sort of try different crowds, and a lot of bar shows, a lot of traveling to different states and doing bar shows, and a lot of bombing. But I got, I sort of got
right
on professional, I guess, maybe about 3 or 4 years in. Then I really started to be consistently working, and it really took off from there.
And I think that stand-up is maybe the hardest creative art to start, because if you're a painter, you do paintings, no pressure, you show it, no good, okay, but you're just in a room, there's no one watching you. If you do rock and roll, you've got a band, you're in a room in a garage, you practice until you're ready. We don't, we practice on stage. I've said it's like every gig is a paid rehearsal.
Thank you,
can't stand
Kathy.
in front of the mirror, I feel, and do the stuff. You maybe write it, but I think it's the hardest beginning is stand-up of all the creative arts.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's the only art where you need an audience to develop it too. Like,
yeah.
Not just in the beginning, but even while you're advanced, you need an audience. All of my new bits, they come to life in front of a crowd, and they have a group.
Yes, please, Kathy.
Start off one way, and they sort of develop and evolve, and hopefully come to a completed form. But all of it is done in front of a crowd. The writing takes place in solitary. I write by myself, but as far as like how to create a bit, you need an audience.
And when you write, because I tried to write when I was starting, and I just could not write. I came from sketch comedy. I used to play characters a lot, so I couldn't write as my voice, and I couldn't seem to get it down. I could ad-lib it. I tried wandering out a park and ad-libbing it into a tape recorder, but I couldn't write. But you started with writing, and you can write it on the page and it comes off good, or do you develop a lot of it on stage after the idea?
I develop a lot of it on stage, but what I usually do is I write essays, and then from those essays I extract ideas. So I let my mind wander, and then and after I read it afterwards, I usually sometimes while I'm writing, there might be something in this, but I just keep going, and then after it's done, then I can sort of extract
Adam
ideas
might develop
that I can
the
bring to
nickname
Right.
Alco Adam.
And so you've got a comedy club
Alco
now?
Pop
Or you're
Adam.
building one, you're going to set one up with us?
I'm looking for spaces right now. That's what I'm doing right now in Austin. I'm looking around for different spaces.
And that's where you're based in Austin, yeah, is it now?
Yes, I'm based in Austin now.
Because I saw it, why you interviewed me in LA. Was it LA or San Francisco? I can't remember.
It was LA. Yeah, it was LA.
But that's not another place that you can do interviews, or you just choose where you want to be. People have to come to you, I take it.
Well, LA has become a very strange place with COVID, and they've imparted draconian measures on people that I don't think necessarily make sense. Like
7
they've
kilometers
banned all
left now.
outdoor dining. You
We are
can't go to
doing really
gyms.
well, everybody.
They've made it very difficult to do a lot of things, and the results have not been effective. They're not doing a good job in stopping the spread, and people are furious. They're losing their businesses. It's just a massive overreach of government, which I think is a real problem. Austin is a smaller city, much smaller than LA. There's only 1 million people in the city as opposed to 20 million plus in LA and then the outside areas. So it's a more relaxed vibe here. People are friendlier here, which I really like. And it basically has most of the things that I can do in LA, I can do here, but the people are nicer.
Right, got you. Now I've played Austin a number of times, and it has a reputation as a very groovy city. So
yeah, I love it here.
And is the weather okay at the moment? I take it it's rather warm where you are.
No, it's cold. Oh. It's chilly. Yeah, it's in the 30s, 30s Fahrenheit. So it's pretty cold.
Appreciated, Adam.
There's one thing that Los Angeles doesn't have much of is real weather.
Yes, John, come on, you can make it to the end with us.
You know, it'll snow a little bit once a year.
Yeah. Yeah, snow's good. Snow's always good. I love to have snow. So you born and bred in Boston?
Sort of. I was born in New Jersey, and then we lived in San Francisco. So age 1 to 7, I lived in.
If you're on the stream, by the way, are you happy to continue listening to this, or do you want the music and the kind of Zwift screen back on? Quite happy to turn it off if you're all bored of this. It's up to you.
In Boston, and then 24 to 26 or so, I lived in New York, and then I moved to LA. So I've been in LA for 26 years until recently.
And how come your dad was moving around, your mum was moving around? How come?
Yes.
Jobs?
Yeah, my stepfather was a computer programmer, and he wanted to change careers and become an architect. So he went back to school.
Please turn off your stream. We're happy to watch Eddie.
Really
Tina says this is fine. Yeah. Okay, we'll keep it on. We'll keep it on for the rest of this Joe Rogan interview then.
We lived with the hippies. My parents were hippies, so it was really interesting. It was a wild time to be a little kid, to grow up. The Vietnam War was happening. The hippie movement in San Francisco was very, very strange.
So Haight-Ashbury, well, I suppose you were a bit young when that happened, but that was your neck of the woods or near there?
Yeah, I was in that neck of the woods. Yeah, I mean, I was young while it was happening, but I do remember everybody having long hair, being weird, and it was a unique way to grow up, to be around so many different, unusual counterculture type people.
And I take it if your parents were hippies, it's your mum and your stepmom. Did your dad? You weren't connected with your dad, or was he present in your life?
Yeah. No, he's not in my life. He hasn't been in my life since I was a little kid. But I'm close with my stepfather though, so it's my mom and my stepfather were the hippies.
Well, it's great.
My actual dad was a police officer. He was the opposite of a hippie. So I think my mother rebelled and hooked up with a hippie after she got rid of him.
Wow, you could have had a kind of police kid's upbringing instead.
Right, Jeff Partridge says this is making a change from hearing my voice, but Kim is missing my voice.
So I take it.
Oh, you've put me in a spot now. I don't know what to do.
You want to be a stand-up? That was no problem for them because you were quite young, yeah. Because I was 26.
It's probably good for me to rest my voice for a bit.
I think I was funny though. My mom specifically, she's like, I never really think you're very
Although
funny.
this might well go on to the end of the run.
I had the same
So,
thing.
I had
the same thing. And Sarah, who's here, is my tour manager, not only the event manager here. She has seen it. I said that my brother and my stepmother, my dad, I used to sit at table, and I thought I was getting quite funny in my teenage years. And I used to start a story, and then they would start talking over me as if I hadn't even begun the story. And they would come up with a different story. And I was thinking to myself, did that really happen? And then my brother did do it in front of Sarah. And I said, that's what I mean. He's talking over me. It's, but you got through that. So what did you say to your mum when she said that she didn't think you were very funny? Was that after you'd already started?
I had just started. I was an open micer at the time, and she was kind of discouraging me because I really kind of put all my eggs in the basket of stand-up comedy. I quit teaching. I was teaching Taekwondo, and that was mostly what I was doing for a living, other than some odd jobs. I was delivering newspapers still. And she was concerned that I was throwing my career away to do this thing that didn't make sense to her. And it seemed like such a long shot. Like I was already successful at martial arts, and to throw it away to do stand-up didn't make any sense for her.
You must be one of the few Taekwondo experts who's taken a left turn at the traffic lights and gone into stand-up.
Yeah, there's not a lot of us out here, I don't think.
And do you talk about your knowledge or expertise in martial arts in your stand-up? Is that a thing that you slide through?
No, it's not very funny. It's, as a subject, like beating people up, kicking someone's ass is not necessarily that funny.
Okay. Well, look, I don't want to keep you more than the time that we're supposed to keep you.
Don't worry about it. I enjoyed talking to you. We can keep going.
Well, we'll go to past, and then that's cool. So,
okay.
What do you remember San Francisco? Because I kind of would have liked. I didn't know.
So I think he just said they're going to go to past.
The festivals that happened, and then I got really into.
Yeah. So it's now
the time
23 minutes past 5. So Eddie's just said they're going to go to 5:30.
I'm losing my. What are the name of the big festivals of the '60s that were?
Oh, you mean like Woodstock?
Yeah, Woodstock.
Like
yes. I know
this. Yeah, those were in East Coast. That was in New York.
But before that, there was one, I think, on the West Coast. I believe before Woodstock. Yeah.
I was a little too young to remember those, but I do remember. I just remember going from that to Florida was such a stark contrast.
Oh God.
Because when I lived in San Francisco, like my next door neighbors were a gay couple, and my aunt used to smoke pot and get naked with them, and they would play bongos. That's what I remember. They would all be over at the next door neighbors smoking pot and playing bongos naked. And it was normal to me. I mean, I was 7 years old. That's all I knew. I'm like, okay, that's what they did. And to go from that, then I moved to Florida, and I was at my friend's house in Florida, and his father was furious because gay people were trying to get married. And I remember he had a newspaper, he threw it down the kitchen table, and he was so angry that gay people wanted to get married. I was like, why does this guy give a fuck? Like, what is this? So
36 kilometers.
And I remember thinking, like, wow.
6 to go.
how different the world was in Florida versus the world in San Francisco, but they couldn't have been more opposite. So I think, like, as a person who eventually became a comedian and a social commentator, it was an interesting education because I got to see a 180-degree difference in the parts of America. You know, like open-minded, free speech liberals to closed-minded kind of bigotry, which is made, you know, real ignorance. It was weird. It was weird to see because I remember being, at the time, I think I was 11 or 12 years old, thinking how dumb it was.
Oh, Jay Sheriff, age 7. We've got to give him a ride on.
People got married. It was very strange, but I never forgot it. I can remember throwing the newspaper down. Just so silly.
Now, if I'm working out your age right, I think you're saying you're 53, I'm 58. You're 53?
Yes.
So if we start at the same time, I was 5 years older than you.
Oh, yes.
So I was 26. You must have been 21
Thanks, Adam.
when you stopped Taekwondo.
Yeah.
So you must have been a champion.
21.
Your late teens into your early 20s was that time of you becoming an expert at that. And I take it you didn't go to university. Only you were teaching. You said teaching at university.
Yeah. I taught at Boston University. I spent a little bit of time at UMass Boston, the University of Massachusetts at Boston, but I was just going there so people didn't think I was a loser. I mean, I really had no interest in continuing my education at the time. I was really wasting my time there and just going there because I thought that was something you had to do.
Right. No, I just say, because I taught myself jiu-jitsu from a book, if you can believe that. Obviously not very well, but I was fascinated. I wanted to be, I think we might have talked about this, but I wanted to be in special forces. And I wanted to know.
Yes, we did talk about that.
I wanted to know, and I think probably if you're a special forces person out there, you're probably thinking, you're an idiot, you know, for saying that. But I say it because my mind works in there. What I like about it, they work in these individual small 4-person fire teams. They can all back each other up. They're experts in what they do, but also they're super experts in some other things. But they just do an amazing job. And they have an amazing mindset. And I feel I've tried to do
Italian villas left turn.
Special forces, which I'm animated at the time, which is coming out at 23, performing in different languages and running multiple marathons. That's my selection. That's me doing selection. So,
well, those are all very courageous things. Well, I agree with you. I'm very fascinated and enamored by special forces people, you know, the Green Berets and Navy SEALs and the like of America. I think it takes an incredibly unique person to do such an intensely difficult thing. And I think through that, you develop amazing character. And some of the more interesting people that I've ever met in my life or special forces.
5 hours of running time.
It is.
5.5 hours of
amazing people.
Activity time.
There's one guy who was SBS, which is equivalent of your Navy SEALs. It's a special boat service. And he runs now a car service for working films. So they drive film actors around and it's all very high end. And he's a very quiet guy, and and he never talks about it. But I mentioned this, and he mentioned that, but he wouldn't talk about anything. But maybe because he knew that I'd started running these marathons or something. He did tell me one story, which was amazing. Just showed the mindset. He said he was in a position in a firefight, and he thought to himself, and he was the leader of his 4-man team. He says, "We're going to die here. I'm going to die." And then one of his mates made a joke and said, "At least it's not raining." And then, you know, all this shit. And he started laughing and he thought, fuck it, no, we're going to win. We're going to be okay. And that's interesting. Right on that psychological knife edge. That story I found such a small story. And he said they kept trying to, I think Martin Old, wonderful guy, he said they tried to promote him. They kept trying to promote him because he was a sergeant. He said he didn't want to be an officer. And he said he's going to resign. So he resigned, and when he did, the whole team resigned. So it was that tight. I think those 5 teams are so closely knit.
Wow.
So that was amazing.
That kind of humor, though, is always appealing to me. That kind of gallows humor.
Yeah.
And that is really how I got into stand-up comedy. we would travel around, when I was fighting, we'd travel around to tournaments. And everyone would be so nervous because you're traveling to this other state where you might get kicked in the face and knocked unconscious. And I would be the one who made everybody laugh on the bus. So we'd all be traveling together and cracking jokes, and I was just trying to lighten everybody's mood. And my friend Steve Grant, who was he was in the Air Force, he was a flight surgeon, and he was also on the U.S. ski team. To this day, he's a very good friend of mine. He's the one who talked me into doing stand-up comedy because I would make him and everybody else laugh. But I was saying very inappropriate things that I thought only these savages that I was hanging out with would think were funny. And he convinced me to do stand-up comedy.
Wow, that's great. And you'd never really considered it before?
No, I thought I was funny to these crazy people, but they were all savages. They were fighters. I didn't think regular people would think I was funny. I thought they would just think I was an asshole or a crazy person.
Well, yeah, that's a fascinating start. I'm going to tell you one other story that Martin told me, which was about selection. I don't know if in the Navy SEALs or Delta Force or Green Berets they call it selection, but in our special forces you can only come from the Marines or the Paras to get in. You can't apply from outside, which I think you can in America. I think it's a different system, but still you have that selection. And he was doing it, and he said that there is the thing that when you finish the hell of the thing, always be prepared, there's going to be something else. And he kind of knew that. So they'd done a, 30-mile kind of 50K hike with full packs and stuff.
Wait for it. And
then they stopped, and they thought that was the end of selection.
Wait for it.
And then the officer says, right, we've got one more thing. We've got to do a 10-mile full pack going back in a different direction. You don't have to do, if you think that's too much, just, ring the bell, just say you're out and you're out. And a number of people said, I'm finished, I can't do anything more. So Martin and a couple of other guys, they geared up and they went on. And when they got round the corner, the officer stopped and said, no, that was it. That was the selection to see if you were ready to keep going when you're at the end of your mental limit. And he said he was always prepared for that. He said, talking about doing, we have to do field exercises, special forces from different countries together. And
not
he said
quite
when they go
yet.
Down, they've done a thing, but he said these guys are always ready for something else. So they'd finish the thing, they were in the helicopters going back, then they get called, no, there's something else you're going into. And he said, we eat a bar of chocolate and we get ready. And we're ready. So they just hit with a bit of a sugar rush.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and then boom. I can understand that sugar rush. Now, having been running,
we only have
someone give me a
5
jelly baby. We have
kilometres
these
to go.
little jelly babies, which are just like
Or
a
in
gummy
other
bear.
words,
if you have long distance runners,
to go.
it's like a sugar hit. And that's what they said. These are the special forces. They just, half a bar of chocolate bar, something, chuck it down and get ready. Always ready to go. It's an amazing mindset.
Yeah, it's a very difficult place to get your brain.
Yeah.
My friend David Goggins, he was a Navy SEAL, and he's a very famous, inspirational person here in America. He's written books, and he does all these
37.2 kilometres in,
videos, but he has
5K to go.
That I think really rings true. He says most people quit at 40%. They never really get to 100%. They quit at 40% of their potential. And
the letter P was auto-corrected by my phone.
Being able to get through Hell Week, to be able to get through
the letter P was auto-corrected by my phone.
It weeds out the people that do quit at 40%, and you find those really exceptional people that can make it through buds and get to the final and actually become a SEAL. You become one of the elite, and physically they're not that much different than regular people, but it's the mind, their ability to overcome that desire to stop.
Kathy's waving her pom-poms,
your body, to
and we have spam on Twitch.
To make your mind strong enough to force your body far past the limits that it wants to achieve.
Ditch the phone, says Jeff.
It's all a mind game. I thought, when I started this stuff, I thought it was, I might have told you this story when we talked, but I thought it was...
They were going to stop at past, weren't they? They're still going.
This had something to do with it. As I went on...
We'll stick with it for a bit longer.
Mental and 20%. I got up to the place we call Lake District. It's very, you know, tall hills, not quite mountains, but lakes and hills, and it's very rugged. And I was up there and some ultramarathon runners, these guys run 100 miles or more, and they joined me, they just found me. And I asked them the question, what do you think? I think it's 80-20, what do you think? And this guy said to me, we have a joke as ultramarathon runners, it's 90% mental, and the other 10% is in your head.
Psychological, yeah.
Which is beautiful. It's completely this. And that is it. It doesn't matter what shape. I talked to a guy today, 28 stone. What did we say? It was about almost 300 pounds? 400 pounds?
It's about 400 pounds.
About 400 pounds of weight. And he ran his first marathon in 2007, just 2007. He had a broken toe as well. He just decided, fuck it, it was a bet. Someone said, I bet you can't run a marathon. And
yeah,
obviously
chatting away.
And he did this thing.
But if it takes her mind off the run, I guess that's fine. I'm just wondering how long I keep the interview on for, that's all. Because it isn't really my stream, is it? It's somebody else's stream.
What a story.
So I don't know whether I should...
You know, as you think, as we both think, it's, and understand, it's the brain controls everything. Which is amazing.
I suppose in a 6-hour stream, having half an hour, 45 minutes of this is all right, I guess.
Make a change like that and just start doing something like running a marathon. And once they get through it, they have this newfound understanding of what they're capable of, and then they decide to apply it even further. And next thing you know, you look a year from then, 2 years from then, they're a totally different person.
Yeah, and anyone can do it. So anyone listening around the world, anyone can do this. It is a choice. And I say to them, the best thing to do if you want to do something, doesn't have to be a marathon, but 5K, 10K, whatever, try and find one in your local area. Book it, get into it, put it in a diary, and tell your friends you're going to do it. Tell everyone you're going to do it. And then, by embarrassment...
Then you can't get out of it.
And then you'll get it done.
Yeah.
And then you can take it from there. That's my trick.
I could pretend I'm in the interview, couldn't I? I could kind of answer things and like agree and go, yeah, totally agree, Eddie, yeah.
On jiu-jitsu.
I could pretend I'm in the interview.
Compared to Taekwondo, but they're all are they all similar, interrelated, or?
No, not really. I studied jiu-jitsu as well. I'm a black belt in jiu-jitsu. I've trained jiu-jitsu for 20 years, so I've been interested in all martial arts, but my initial martial art was a striking martial art. Jiu-jitsu is a grappling martial art, so it's very different.
Okay, well, I basically had a book. I was kind of fascinated in a kind of teenager. I don't know. I'd like to be a...
Jeff Partridge is going. See you later, Jeff.
To tell people to back off. But
yeah,
I did.
Take care, Jeff.
Realize
we'll stop.
In the end when I had
Thanks for joining
one
us.
Big fight I had when someone said, "Hey, you know, is your name Shirley?" He was attacking me for being trans or whatever, and so I just told him to back down.
There goes the ultra running legend that is Jeff
cool, and he kept giving me verbal hassle. I said, just be cool. And then he said it the third time, and I had loaded a whole load of swear words on him. I told him, fucking. And then he went for me. And I was doing, I think, Karate Kid. I think I wipe on, wipe off. I think I was doing this. I was blocking, which was from the jiu-jitsu rig when I was 14. I blocked a number of punches. He did get me once. I think I got him once. I didn't go down. This was my thing. Cool Hand Luke, if you remember the film. Steve, Robert, Paul Newman. You know that he says, stay down. George Kennedy keeps saying, stay down, but he keeps getting back up. And I always thought, okay, I'm not a
Jeff.
fighter, but if I go down, I'm going to get back up. But
38k, 4k left now.
I was seething at the end. It sort of was, 30-second scuffle. I was seething, but I didn't go down. I was very pleased about that. And then I picked him out. He went into a disco club place, and the police came and they couldn't find him in there. And I said, I'll find him. So I went and I found him. And he was taken away. We had a day in court. It was kind of interesting, but he admitted it he admitted it. Actually, that was the thing. When we
Good evening,
court,
Rebecca.
which was like months later, I couldn't bloody, he said, what was happening that night?
Ah,
line of defense
Rebecca,
was that I
nice
started
to see you.
And that became a line of my stand-up.
Thanks for coming
Who
along for the
says,
last 4
Dad, I've got
kilometres.
some makeup on, I've got a dress on, I'm going to go and look for a fight. All right.
Thanks for coming along for the last 4 kilometres.
No person in trans person goes out looking for a fight.
Thanks for coming along for the last 4 kilometres.
The magistrates did not believe his line. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Hey.
Well, a lot of us that got into Taekwondo or any other kind of martial art got in because they were picked on. I mean, that's really, and along the way you learn about yourself through it. I always say that martial arts are really like a vehicle for developing your human potential. But most people, like myself included...
This is going to be a negative split for Eddie.
You know, because someone beat me up. Some dude, well, he didn't really beat me up. He didn't hurt me. He just grabbed me in a headlock and threw me down
Marathon
the ground
number 9 might be a negative split.
I was helpless. I didn't know how to
might
fight.
be a negative split.
So I decided to start getting into martial arts because of that.
Might be
what age
a
were you
negative
then?
split, Eddie.
I think I was 14 when that happened.
Is this in Florida?
No, this was in Massachusetts.
This is Boston.
This is when I was living in Massachusetts, yeah.
Yeah. No, I think I wanted to do that. No one threw me to the floor because I was always argumentative. This was my thing. I think I tried to give off non-victim vibes because I'd argue so much that they go, oh fuck, we're not
Who's
gonna
that
take
going?
this bastard on. Just because I'd go on and on and on and argue the case as if I was a lawyer or something. But no,
Hey, Green.
I would have liked to have done that. I still would have liked to do this, but I suppose I can. We're talking about this at any age. You can go and start learning.
Amy Green, take care.
I suppose. Or is it?
Yes. You should
Bye-bye,
definitely
Amy.
get into jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu is fun, and it's interesting. It's like human chess. You know, there's so many intricate moves, and the fitness aspect of it is incredible. It's very
Yes, Tina, much stronger today, I think.
very intellectual.
Faster
a big
and stronger.
part of Jiu-jitsu is technique, and a big part of technique is knowledge. You just have to understand. The
Yeah,
function,
we're doing good,
know
Adam.
Know what to do, where you're at, and
Adam's at half marathon now.
shape. It's like kind of the opposite of running, because running, it's like your mind has to be strong to carry you on when it's difficult.
Yeah.
Whereas jiu-jitsu, it's so interesting and so fun that you're getting a workout in while you're essentially playing.
And do you think that's the best fit for me? Because if I was trying to defend myself, if I was in another country and someone just said, "We're going to take you out," or should it be somewhat to Taekwondo? I don't know how to compare them. There's so many choices. What is that a good fit? Jiu-jitsu?
Yeah, well, yeah, I think jiu-jitsu is for one-on-one altercations, jiu-jitsu is the best martial art to learn, because most fights, at some point in time, they become...
Jason Mitchell nearly on 39 kilometres now.
People get entangled with each other, and most people really don't know what to do when that happens.
Right.
Jiu-jitsu, you would have a massive advantage over most people. It's also, it's a martial art where in the old days when we would think about martial arts, you would think of like a Bruce Lee movie where a small man can defeat a much larger man.
Yeah.
In most martial arts, that's not really true, because bigger people are just stronger and they hit harder, and most people know how to punch. And if a bigger person punches you, you're in real trouble. But in jiu-jitsu, if you're in a situation where a person's larger than you, but you have more knowledge,
3.5k to go. So
as a black belt, I've been tapped out by people that are 30, 40 pounds
quarter
smaller.
past.
They're much weaker than me, but they're better than me, and they
10
can
past,
get
maybe.
me. And that's as a person who's been doing it a long time. Jiu-jitsu is technique-based.
I'll just need a quick
and
shower.
leverage-based and
I should feel
knowledge-based. I think it's the best martial art to learn.
Oh wow, okay, that's good. Thank you for that. This is
to
why
this
I asked you to come on.
Eddie
so I
stream
could
off in a second, I
advice
think,
on
'cause
things like this.
had it on for ages.
And what do you think of Krav Maga? Because that seems quite full on, obviously, but is that a...
Okay, I think we're going to
thing
turn
you would do, or is
Eddie's
that just
stream off in a minute, or like put it back onto what it was. I think I've stolen enough of Eddie's content now, so
As a concept, it's a great idea.
if you are keen to carry on listening to Joe Rogan, then go and have a listen to Eddie's stream on Eddie's website, eddyizzard.com, or on the Facebook page, or YouTube, or Twitch, where Eddie is streaming.
I've been looking at that.
What you're looking at and listening to now. So we'll give it a couple more minutes, and then we'll switch back to my stream.
Need to go and get to the... Well, yeah, anyway, that's for me to do. Well, Thank you, Joe. I'm now going to...
Thank you, Eddie.
It's been great talking to you.
Oh, it looks like they're just about to finish anyway.
You as well.
I'm sure we're going to talk again.
There you go.
We, long life, live it well. That's what I believe. And
yes, and when you're ever in Texas again, if you ever are, please come by. I would love to sit down with you again.
I will be. I always play Texas. They were my biggest fans because people, you know Texas yourself. You'd think Texas might be slightly one way.
Yeah, they're wrapping up, Kerry. Kathy, yeah.
There's a lot of people on the other side. It's great. In Austin, it's a very groovy city. And
yes,
I remember I first played Dallas, and my promoter Arnold.
Okay, still going the right way as well.
I think it is in Dallas. And the guy.
Oh, they were wrapping up, and now they've started talking again.
What are you? I don't know if we're.
You think the conversation's over? Yes, Ryan, exactly. You think they've stopped talking, and then they start again. Right, look, I'm getting rid of this now. Let's put the music back up. Like I say, if you want to listen to the rest of that, pop over to Eddie's stream. But we are going to do the last 3 kilometres here. And yeah, so 3 kilometres left to do.
Right on.
Yeah, I'm not going to be, what, 25 minutes? We'll get, what do you think? We'll get 3 kilometres done in 25 minutes at this pace? Hang on a minute, no, well, it's 7:29 per kilometre. So that's 3 kilometres, no. 15 minutes, 22.5 minutes, isn't it? 21.5 minutes. 7 and 7 is 14, that's 15. No, 22.5 minutes. If Eddie keeps this pace, it'll be 22.5 minutes from now. 23 minutes, because obviously it's 0.2 as well. So 3.2 kilometres left to go. Right, if you don't inform the authorities, neither will I. We'll just keep that last hour of stolen, copyrighted Eddie Izzard stream to ourselves. Nobody needs to know. It's not like we're broadcasting to the entire world on the internet. Let's just keep it stum. Oh, no. Straight ahead. Oh, I nearly went wrong there. Ryan Perrin would have had a field day then if I'd gone wrong. Sorry? Okay. That turn off there, by the way. Just back there, that's one of the new roads. Oh, hang on. Oh, no. I have gone wrong. Turn around. Oh, that was so lucky. Just don't mess with these things, Stephen. Don't tell Herring that I turned around there, will you? Very nearly went the wrong way. 420 odd ride-ons. Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks for giving my dad a ride on.
So we're going right into the Run Valley. Jason Mitchell is about to hit 40k. Kathy McManus is on 10k. Emily Balshaw is nearly at 20 kilometres now. Sussex geezer Chris is on 18 point. Oh no, 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 no! That one. Oh, we can't lose it now. Concentrate. Okay. Should be okay for a bit now. Jason Mitchell is now on 40k. John Hunter is on 10.4k. Sean Hawkes is on 13.4. Who else have we got? Rebecca Wensley on 1.7k. Kim runs on plants 2.7k. Emily Balshaw is going to hit a half marathon, 20.1k at the moment, 1k to go for her half marathon. Adam Koffler, 22.2 kilometres for him. Great job, everybody. Doing really, really well. Adam has already hit the half marathon. Full stop. Emily Balshaw will hit a half marathon today. Lots of people over 10k. Full stop. Well done, everyone. We are approaching the end. And of course, it doesn't matter what distance you do, full stop. We are delighted to have you here supporting this project, supporting Eddie in 31 marathons in 31 days. So it looks like 2k to go now, just 2.2 kilometres left. .2 kilometres to go.
like a pathetic loser, I'm taking the day off tomorrow, full stop. My wife, Victoria, will run the half marathon with you guys tomorrow. Better late than never, Kathy. Full stop. We appreciate the food when it arrives. Victoria will start at around 3 p.m. UK time. And apologies, Kathy, that my phone keeps spelling your name with the letter C. Ah! Unbelievable. Right at the beach path. We have less than 2k to go. So any questions you want me to answer on Twitch, on Facebook or on YouTube now, any chat, anything you want to say, get it in now because we are finishing in about 15 minutes. Less than 15 minutes to go. Daniel, thank you very much, buddy.
Nice.
Yeah, we can do it. No problem here. We're fine doing this every so often. I just wouldn't want to be doing a marathon every single day on the treadmill for 31 days, which is what Eddie is doing. Absolutely amazing. I'm just, running every so often. Running every day a half marathon or a 10k is fine, and then the occasional marathon once a week, doing a marathon with Eddie is fine, but the thought of doing one marathon every day for the entire 31 days still makes me shiver inside. Kathy McManus is on 11. Kathy, what is your surname? Is it McManus or is it De Balacio? Is that what you are on Facebook? What should we call you? Are you all right with either? Right, Emily's about to hit a half marathon now. 21k up for her. McManus, okay. No worries, thank you. Is that your maiden name, your pre-married name on Facebook then? Okay, okay, that's your married name. All right, no problem. Understood. Right, main road is where we're going, so we're all turning right. It's a work thing, says Kathy, no worries.
So we're coming up to 6 hours now. It's 6 o'clock here in the UK. So we've been running for 6 hours. We are so nearly done though now. Just 1.5 kilometers to go basically. Less than a mile. Less than a mile now. As Adam waves his gin bottle. Have we still got Jason? Is Jason still here? He must have done his marathon by now, but actually, because he was way over the rest of us. Jason, did you finish? Or I can't see Jason's name anywhere. But he did have, oh no, there he is. There he is, Jason Mitchell, 41.3 kilometres. So Jason's got less than 1 kilometre to go now. Eddie and myself, we have 1.3 kilometres left to do. Yeah, I see you now, Jason. How are you holding up? You deserve a big rest after this, Jason. Fantastic effort. Hot. Wife, knee, same thing. Anyone fancy a race over the final kilometre? Question mark. No takers? Question mark. Well, you do surprise me. We'll stop. Special brownies.
Jack it up.
Well, it's too late to start the race now because we only have 900 metres to go. Now. Are we doing national anthems now? Question mark.
Jack it up.
Kathy McManus is on 12k. Eddie Izzard and me on 41.5. Jason Mitchell is going to be the first to finish a marathon, 42.0. 200 metres to go for him. Rebecca Wensley, 3.4. Sanford, 11.7. Adam Koffler, 24.1. Kim runs on plans, 4.6 kilometres. Well done. 15 kilometres for M. Young. M. Young, who's M. Young? Michelle Young. The end is there. 600 metres to go. We're nearly done. Jason's about to finish his marathon. Jason, you have to run till the rest of us finish. He will. He is going to run to the finish with us. Jason wins the prize for the most mileage covered today. The prize is not to have to run the full marathon tomorrow. Steve Smith says, amazing run everyone, well done and sleep well. Yeah, thank you Stephen. Or Steve rather. 300 metres to go. Load of ride-ons dropping on everyone, thank you guys. Probably from the cyclists. Chris has hit his daily target. Well done, Chris. And we're about to hit 42 kilometres now. 200 metres to go. Eddie's hit 42, so I'm behind. There's my 42 there. So even I'm going to have to run a little bit further just to make sure I get to my marathon distance. 200 metres, says Kim. Yep. And this is the final time that I have to make sure I don't go the wrong way. We need to go right to the volcano. So let's just make sure that happens. Eddie's on 42.1, so Eddie's going to finish before me. I've got a little tiny bit further to go. I never did make up that distance over the whole 6 hours. Yeah, I've definitely got I've got a good 100 metres more, 50 metres or so more to go than Eddie to make my marathon. 42.1. Any second now, Eddie's going to finish. There's Eddie, done. Well done. Eddie has finished. Amazing work.
But I haven't hit. Now I've done it. Now I've done it. Yeah.
Is that you? Oh, just about. Just finished.
There we go. There we go. So thank you.
Well done, Eddie.
Thank you. Are you okay?
And there's me done.
How's the COVID situation going?
Well, we're on hard lockdown now, level 5. The numbers are rising drastically.
Fantastic, everyone. See you all tomorrow.
Doing right now.
Alright, well, stay safe. And hopefully we can talk to you again. And,
one thing I will say, Ed, is what if we...
Oh, I was just watching that and then it turned over to me. Let's just see the finish.
Privilege of having you in your euphoric state post-marathon. And I always used to say, they should put a camera in here and film this bit. And of course, you're now doing that. You're doing the exact thing by doing stand-up straight afterwards.
Yes, I am, yes. It's, the shows are getting almost okay.
Yeah, very good. That's incredibly you're managing to do.
Eddie is getting stronger.
Thanks everybody on Zwift. Full stop. See you tomorrow.
So everyone, thanks for coming, and I think see if we can arrange it. I don't know if we can do a three-way next Saturday, but I think it'd be good for you to be on with Charlie, because obviously you know each other really well. So.
Indeed,
and if we can't do a three-way, then you can take my slot. It can be a Von's out, not Tim's out.
I'm not sure about that. You can do that. Do that.
Right, we're done. Okay, so that's my second marathon with Eddie Izzard. Done. I did the first one. I've done the 9th one. We'll do another one next week sometime, probably Saturday again, to be honest. And then we'll do some 10Ks, some half marathons through the week. Victoria will be here tomorrow to run with Eddie, a half marathon with Eddie tomorrow. And we'll stream that. That'll be live streamed. So I will be here. I just won't be running. Jason Mitchell, well done to you. Amazing stuff. Probably back tomorrow. And thank you everyone for your comments on Twitter and Twitch and Facebook. And we will be back tomorrow at around 3 p.m. for the half marathon and for Eddie's 10th marathon in a row on Zwift. Take care. Bye-bye all.